Okay, here we go. We should be live. Just pour myself a drink, then we'll get started. Sorry about the delay there, guys. I was setting something up. And I was also in the middle of editing and saving a project while I was getting this set up. Busy. Okay. So, as always, if you guys could let me know, is the audio clear on this? Does it sound good? I'd appreciate it. Shout out to HM. Good to see you, brother. Every time. God bless. Shout out to Abaddon the Annihilator. Man, I've been missing out on this. Yeah, good to see you here, man. Always welcome here every time. Shout out to Iron Fist. Yeah, same here. It's going to be interesting to see how Lomachenko looks. Been a while since he last fought, innit? Yep, hello to you too, sir. Thoughts on Charlo versus Korobov? Just scoring the fight. Are you on about the... Yeah, the Charlo versus Korobov fight a while back. I didn't see the whole fight, but what I did see, it seemed to be a pretty clear win for Korobov. You know, he just outboxed him. And, yeah, they kind of swept that one under the rug, didn't they? Audio sounds fine. Oh, that's good. Excellent. Good to know. Shout out to the Triple B. Good to see you here, bro. Triple B. Every time, man. God bless. Just got done watching one of your videos earlier, man. Yeah, good to see you here every time, bro. Shout out to Lee. Lee talks boxing every time. Good to see you here, bro. Yep, that's right. The Triple B's here too. Are you on the Iron Brew? Yep, I'm on the Iron Brew. Absolutely. Helps me get through these streams, you know. I can talk a lot longer when I drink this stuff, you know. All caffeinated up and raring to go. What do you guys think of tonight then, anyway? Do you guys give Jermaine Ortiz a chance? You see, the thing is, to me, he's a bit of an unknown commodity. I mean, the guy's had, I think, just about as many fights as Loma, except he's fought in a much lower level of competition, you know? So, you know, he hasn't competed anywhere near the kind of level that Lomachenko has. You know, Lomachenko's been pretty much competing at world level since the day he turned pro. And you could even argue that based on just his amateur experience alone, he's already vastly more experienced. So, yeah, even though Ortiz is obviously an unknown commodity and, you know, he might have a size advantage, he's at a tremendous disadvantage in terms of in terms of just experience, you know, and pedigree. Why did you get called racist in your 10K special? I get called racist all the time, every bloody day, man. Doesn't bother me at this point. I stopped caring about that when I was 15, you know. Brother, I'm sorry, just saying hi. I can't stay on this live as I'm scared I might miss the Katie Taylor big fight. Unbeaten versus unbeaten, unmissable, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's a absolute flipping generational fight, that one, isn't it? You definitely you definitely don't want to miss it, you know. Wow, we've got the spam bots already, man. I got rid of them quickly though, like a sniper. But yeah, I mean, it's a true you know, those guys are true pioneers in women's boxing, man, and we really need to appreciate them while they're here, you know, because they're revolutionizing the sport. You know what I think they should do is I think they should take Katie Taylor and what's her face? What's that chick's name? Clarence Shields and whoever. They should just take them and put them in against the men of their respective weight divisions. You know, that would be true equality, and never let it be said that Nordic Warrior is against equality and equal rights, you know. Looking forward to Gil versus Kiko. I want Kiko to spark him. Yeah, it's a good test for Gil, I'll tell you that. Because Kiko, I mean, look, he's one of these guys who just doesn't go away, does he? Like, it doesn't matter how many times he loses and how many times he gets beaten convincingly. He comes back and he's always got a good chance. You know, he's always got a puncher's chance, and he's tough and he can punch. So, and he's a winner. You know, he's not a guy who comes to lay down. He's a guy who always comes to win, no matter what. So he definitely has a chance in that fight. But again, you know, Father Time waits for nobody, so it's definitely against him. But he's got a chance. He's definitely more experienced, more proven at world level, you know. Just waiting for Katie Taylor big fight. Yeah, I know. It doesn't get any better, does it? You know, it's true peak boxing, that is. I mean, the amount of undisputed champions we have in women's boxing already, it's almost as if the competition isn't out there, but oh well. What was boxing's librarian's beef with you? Nothing. Just forget about that. It's not important. It was kind of my fault, to be fair. Yeah, Big Clarence. Charles Martin in drag. Also looks like the Predator. Katie Taylor is the GOAT. Yeah. I mean, saying you're the greatest woman boxer ever is like saying you're the greatest black swimmer ever, or the greatest white basketball player. You know, it doesn't really matter, does it? It's not really that profound, is it? It's not really a big deal. Could you expose some more mainstream media takes on boxing? I really enjoyed the Andre Ward video. I certainly will. I'll do my best. I've got a few ideas in mind for some projects involving commentary in boxing, involving punditry in boxing, more careers that need to be explored and exposed. You know, I've got a lot of works, you know, but it'll just take time, you know, time to do plenty of research, make sure I get everything right, and make sure that I have the footage to back up what I'm saying, you know. But yeah, I definitely have more things in the works, you know. I definitely do. I agree. Clarence Shields would beat Joe Calzaghe and stop Carl Froch. Sky Sports and DAZN keep telling me that women are better than the men. Well, of course. I mean, this is the thing. I support gender equality. As you guys know, this is a very progressive channel. And as far as I'm concerned, they should give Katie Taylor the proper opportunity. You know, stop holding these women back and give them opportunities to compete against men. You know, put Katie Taylor in the ring with someone like Subriel Matias, and let's see what she's truly made of, you know? I support gender equality because I'm a progressive channel. Boxing Librarian and John Boxing, great channel. Yeah, John Boxing's funny, man. He is. I don't like to mock the mentally disabled, though. I think that's wrong, you know, the mentally handicapped, you know, they have a place in society, and I don't think it's right to really kick them while they're down. So yeah, I'm kind of leaving John Boxing alone for the time being, you know. I think he should be in some sort of institution. He should. The Andre Ward video was great. Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate that. A lot of people seem to like it. Thanks, man. Actually, there's been loads of good white basketball players. Legend Larry Bird, and even the top guy right now is white, I think, Luke Doncic or something. I don't know, man. I don't follow basketball. It's kind of a stereotype, isn't it? That blacks are better at basketball because they jump higher and whatnot. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't really follow it. Maybe you're right, but yeah, I don't think I've ever even watched a full basketball game, start to finish. Come to think of it, I used to like playing basketball in school, in PE, and I was actually pretty good at it, believe it or not. But yeah, it's just kind of a stereotype, isn't it? Sky Sports always had great boxing pundits and commentary. It's debatable, you know. You want to see Katie Taylor fight Subriel Matias? Are you mad, bro? No, because I support gender equality. I'm a true progressive. So if you guys want to support women's boxing, you want to support equal rights for women, you know, let's stop holding them back and let's see Katie Taylor truly show us what she's made of. You know, stick her in with Subriel Matias. You know, stick her. Or if you want to just test the waters first, stick her in with maybe Lewis Ritson or someone like that, just as a tune-up fight. And if she can get past him, then yes, stick her in with the likes of Subriel Matias, and she's able to beat him. Yeah, that'll show what she's really made of. I mean, on average, black guys usually are better than everyone else in most sports. Not most sports, some sports for sure, but not most sports. If you look at, for example, weightlifting, strongman tournaments, they usually don't do very well there, as well as say gymnastics and swimming and sports like that. They don't tend to do that well, and obviously in combat sports, it's pretty mixed. But when it comes to things like basketball and running, jumping, stuff like that, racing, they tend to do really well. Man, I'm struggling to talk. I'm out of breath for some reason. It's probably just because I went like a minute without having an iron brew. Did you see that Motividia posted a video on Andre just hours later than your video? I did see that. And most of the comments defend this fucking Muppet. Yeah, I didn't actually watch the video, but I saw it recommended. And what I ended up doing was I ended up clicking the little thing that says "Don't recommend channel." And that's legit what I did, man. Because I just I just couldn't be bothered with it. I did see the video you're talking about though, and I did see it pop up. It was like recommended to me. Germany, yeah, Germany. I like to see you commentate on certain fights. Taylor Catterall fan commentary needs to happen. I don't know if I can stick watching that fight again. Yeah, that's the thing though. Like, I'd have to be careful with copyright. Like, if I am to do like fan commentary, I know certain fights I can do it with where I'll be all right. Like the copyright bots won't really bother me. But if it's say a fight that's on Sky Sports, like especially if it's a recent fight, then it'll be a little bit more difficult. I just need to maybe I could if I'm having trouble with copyright, I could always upload it on another channel, or another platform like Dailymotion and whatnot. Hey, I'm in support of women boxing. I support them via the amazing turd I drop during their matches. Yeah, it's a great excuse to go and get a beer. Go make yourself a cup of tea, get a drink, or make yourself a sandwich, or go and take a piss, isn't it? Go do the toilet. You're not really missing anything. It's probably going to go the distance, and it's going to be followed by a flipping half an hour tirade from the Sky Sports commentators talking about how amazing it is to see women's boxing and how it's so progressive to see them beat each other's heads in. So yeah, you've got plenty of time to go and do what you need to do. That's a good thing about it. It's like a really long advert break, Hope all as well. Yeah, you too, man. God bless. White people only 9% of the world, but in history have won far most Olympic medals. Yeah, they probably are better at most sports, to be fair. How good a certain group does in sports has also to do with how popular a certain sport is in the group or country. Yeah, definitely. If a sport is like really, really highly regarded in your country, you're going to do really well. For example, Mexico obviously have a thing about boxing. It's kind of like a cultural tradition over there. So that's why you have so many great Mexican fighters. They breed them strong over there. They breed them tough. Jojo Diaz versus William Zepeda. I don't think I've ever watched a single fight of William Zepeda, but Jojo Diaz is all right. So yeah, I can't really comment on that fight. Big Johnny Fisher is what Usyk is scared of. Yeah, Johnny Fisher is the ultimate heavyweight prospect right now. Yeah, that's a guy that's putting the whole division on notice. I can tell you right now, Wilder, Fury, Usyk, AJ, none of those guys are mentioning Johnny Fisher, are they? None of them want any of that smoke. I could see them all retiring and vacating titles if he ever becomes their mandatories, Thoughts on Kovalev fighting in the cruiserweight division? It's sad to see Sergey so past this prime. Yeah, Sergey is definitely on the slide now. Like he's what on the wrong side of 30. You know, he's like nearly 40, isn't he? So yeah, he's definitely past his prime. He's had long layoffs. He's obviously had problems with alcohol and drama outside of the ring, and I could see him doing all right as sort of a gatekeeper, fringe contender at cruiserweight, but I can't see him going that far. You know, I just think that at this point in time, too much has happened. You know, and he's never going to gain the momentum he had back in his light heavyweight days. You know, there was also a guy from former Yugoslavia in the 90s who was considered to be the best in basketball. Forgot his name though. Never cared about sports. Yeah, I've never followed really any team sports. Like they've never interested me. Again, when I was a kid and when I was in PE and whatnot, I liked playing basketball and I liked playing tennis and badminton and stuff like that. But I've never been I've never been a fan of any sport other than boxing in terms of actually following it and reporting on it and stuff like that. Like I've never been a big follower of other sports, especially team sports. I just don't get it. Team sports and the whole culture of supporting a team and rumbling over that team and stuff. It's not a concept I've ever really understood. I just don't get it, man. I really don't. The shit I take during women fights is more entertaining than the actual fight. Yeah, to be fair, it's actually quite entertaining taking a shit. I mean, it all true, all joking aside, it genuinely is. It's relieving. If you say you're at work, right, and you desperately need a shit and there's no toilet nearby and you're touching cloth, and then everybody's away, you're in a cupboard or something, and one of those cupboards happens to have a toilet in it, or at least a bin bag that's just the right size, and you just let it go. It's relieving, man. It's as if you feel as if you've just escaped from death. That's what it's like, man. So yeah, taking a shit is definitely a lot more exhilarating and a lot more entertaining than women's boxing, But then again, what isn't? A different sport, but in the UFC, there is always women's MMA fights on the main card. It's called a snack fight. You can't be bothered about and get to take a snack, get a snack or take a shit. Yeah, that's all it is. It's a good excuse to just get out there and do whatever you want. Like I said, you could do the toilet, you can make a sandwich, you get yourself a drink. You can do whatever you want. Anything other than sitting there and wasting your time watching that fight. It's best to do something more productive. What they should do is get two hot OnlyFans chicks to duke it out, but in the nude. At least that would have some appeal. I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't approve of pornography and stuff like that, but again, at least there'd be a reason to watch that, instead of watching them beat each other's heads in, Maybe have a mud wrestle or something. It should be called female boxing. I keep repeating myself, those aren't women, they're mere females, yeah. Yeah, a woman is supposed to be, elegant, classy, making her husband a sandwich, taking care of the kids, keeping the toilet clean, having a domain over the kitchen, dominion, or should I say, over the kitchen. And being a nurturer. They definitely shouldn't be beating each other's brains in, it just ain't natural, man. British people hate foreigners because some of work way harder than. Do you mean they hate foreigners because some of them work way harder than them? I don't know. I don't think that. Some of them definitely do, though, to be fair. William Zepeda has like 100% KO ratio. He's a solid lightweight. Is he now? I might look into that. Nordic, are you going as anything for Halloween? No, not really. I don't really celebrate Halloween, but I like candy though. I wouldn't mind getting some. Yeah, it's a good excuse to eat some sugar in it, man. I don't know. What would I go as if I went? I know when I was a kid, I used to dress up for Halloween and that. I dressed as a ninja one year. I remember that. I was like really into ninjas, and I remember one year as a kid, I dressed as a ninja and was sneaking about the neighborhood, and that was quite funny. Maybe do that again, innit? or get like one of them like really creepy clown masks and don't wear anything else. Like just walk around with that on. That'd be interesting. I want to see if Johnny Fisher will lose first, or his obese dad will lose his battle to Chinese first. I don't know, man. Johnny Fisher though, he's dangerous, man. He's bloody dangerous, that dude. I'm telling you right now, Usyk, AJ, Wilder, Fury, they'll retire before going anywhere near that guy in a fight, man. Andrew Tate is the only person in human history to have his own theme song. No, that's not true. Manuel Cha has a theme song. Look it up. Go on YouTube, type in Manuel Cha theme song. He has a theme song too. William Zepeda's like a poor man's Errol Spence. A lot of people on this chat seem to like William Zepeda. Is he related to Jose Zepeda? Is he related to him? Because he's a good fighter. Bro, I don't understand why Kovalev didn't just fight mainly in Russia instead of the bloody States where he'd get fucked over. Mate, you know, I said this for years back at the time. I said he should be fighting in Russia. He is never going to get any sort of credit in the US. You know, that they're just going to label him a racist, an alcoholic, you know, an evil Russian and a thug and a degenerate. And he's just, the media is going to attack him while, you know, he fights on these crappy cards in America that nobody cares about, and they just use him to build up the Westerns, you know, like Ward and Canelo, basically. I said this at the time. People didn't agree because America's where the money is. Well, I'm pretty sure that they're rethinking that now, you know. I've seen boxing analysts on YouTube place women on the same pound-for-pound list with men. What, like Dwyer? I think Dwyer did that, didn't he? He had, I think it was Cecilia Brækhus in his top 10 pound-for-pound. That's funny, man. Along with the men, you know, like literally on the same list as the men. It's ridiculous, man. Watching the Fisher family eating a Chinese is more entertaining than the Katie Taylor fight tonight. Yeah, it would definitely be a lot more aggressive, a lot more competitive, and a lot more like intense. Like watching that family get dug into a big Friday night Chinese, you know, and then seeing like the aftermath the next day. Could you imagine that, man? I've been rewatching a lot of Kovalev's fights recently, and in his prime, he was something special. How do you think Bivol and Beterbiev would do against a prime Kovalev? A lot of people disagree with me, but I personally think Kovalev beats both of them. I think his jab, his distance control, and just his punching technique was better than all of them. I think Kovalev had great footwork. You know, he was great at just completely dominating and taking control of a fight with his lead hand. And I think he would have probably broken them down and stopped them. I personally do. A lot of people disagree with me, but that's how I see it. In my opinion, combat sports are not actual sports in a strict sense. Boxing, for example, is fighting with rules. You're getting physically assaulted. You're not trying to lift more weights than the opponent. Yeah, definitely. I can see that. It's a lot more confrontational and more competitive in that sense, you know. Yeah, this is a very progressive channel. Breaking news. Hearn and Conor Benn are cleared. The evil media's YouTube channels and the fans' fault. Yeah. Hearn and Conor Benn did nothing wrong. You know that Hearn's totally not a hypocrite, isn't he? Totally not. Dress up as Shrek. Do you know what, mate? Do you know what? That is not a bad idea. I've been told I kind of look like Shrek in the past, so yeah, I'll just paint myself green, innit? Somebody once told me that's a great movie, by the way. If you guys, I'm sure pretty much everybody on here has seen Shrek before, but if you haven't, go and watch it. So it's a badass movie. What are you doing in my swamp? Donkey, I'm warning you. Where was I? 1 second, guys. Donkey. Monkey. Here we are. Or they hate foreigners because of the high crime rates and no-go zones that third world migrants bring with them. Yeah. Want the third world, get the third world. Or should I say, import the third world, get the third world, you know? Not much I can do about it, you know? Go as Clarissa Shields, yeah. Yeah, I'll just get a big Predator mask and I'll go as Clarissa, yeah. You think Ronnie Pickering is being ducked by the top heavyweights? Gigachaw, yeah. Yeah, Gigachaw. No one wants to fight him, man. Butter toffees for Halloween, please. Oh, nice. Do you know what I used to get for Halloween? I'm sure I got those, you know, those little bounty bars, but the mini ones that come in the multi-pack. I seem to remember getting them on Halloween sometime, you know. God bless Iceman. Good to see you here. Every time. I'd pick Kovalev at his best, to beat all the current or recent titleists at 175 versus Beterbiev. It's close, but I'd give him the edge. I agree 100%, man. I do agree, man. I just think his distance control, his jab, is like creative ways of setting up his punches. He was just too good for them, man. The things David Avanesian would have done to Conor Benn, they ducked that fight, man. Like there's no way that they would have let they wouldn't have let Conor Benn anywhere near Avanesian. They saw what happened to what's his name, Josh Kelly, and you know, in some ways he was probably better than Conor Benn, you know. Loma. Yeah, Loma's probably gonna win tonight. Like I said, you know, Ortiz is a bit of an unknown commodity. We don't know how good he is. He might have a size advantage, but at the same time, he just doesn't have anywhere near the kind of pedigree or experience that Loma has, you know. Zepeda's a good fighter, but I don't see him being elite. Yeah, we'll see. I'd like to sit in a tub of tiramisu right now. It's a shame Josh Taylor versus Conor Benn didn't. Probably won't happen now. I'd have enjoyed watching that. Hey, I would have loved that fight, man. That would have been the one to make. It would have. Zepeda good but not great. Yeah, that seems to be the general consensus. Monaco, Luxembourg, Switzerland, UAE, Saudi Arabia have a shitload of money. Fighters should fight there if they want to make bang. Yeah, definitely. I mean, it'll be a lot better than fighting in America, I'll tell you that. They used to have a lot of boxing in Switzerland. I mean, I think the Klitschko's fought there sometimes. Arthur Abraham fought there. I'm pretty sure Nikolai Valoev fought there a few times. So yeah, they've had several big fights in the past, but I don't know what they've done in recent years, you know. Obviously, Monaco has had a whole bunch of big fights, and Luxembourg, I don't know if they had big fights there. I know that they license fights, and the UAE, of course, and Saudi Arabia have been investing a lot into boxing lately. You know. Blessings from Texas. How's it going, buddy? Yeah, good to see you here, Texan. Yeah, I love Texas, man. God bless you, Stephen Turchin. Yeah, I'd love to go to Texas one day, man. Yeah, it's going good. Having a good day. Just kind of did this impulsively. I just, for whatever reason, I realized it was getting late, a little bit bored, and I honestly didn't even plan to make a live stream today. I was like editing other things, and I thought, you know what, I'll take a break and I'll jump on a live, you know, make the most of my Saturday. Good to see you here, brother. I can see Sergey beating both of them. Yeah, I agree. Like I said, his jab, his distance control, his footwork, all that stuff to me was so much better than them. And let's not forget, he had one-punch knockout power, and he had great stamina in his prime. Kickboxing and Muay Thai are pretty entertaining, brutal too. Yeah, they definitely are, bro. They definitely are entertaining. Kovalev definitely beats a Bivol prime for prime. I agree. Even in 2019, it's a close fight, I think. Yeah, I think in 2019, he'd have a good chance. But I think at prime for prime, I definitely favour him, no doubt. Probably by either a wide decision or a late stoppage. Do you know bodybuilder ZYYZ RIP legend? No, I don't follow bodybuilding. I've no idea. God bless him, though. I was I wore a Shrek mask to a Halloween party years ago. Yeah, I need to get myself a Shrek mask, man. Yeah, somebody mentioned earlier that that'd be a great idea for a Halloween costume, dress as Shrek. I love Shrek, man. It's badass. Either that or dress as Lord Farquaad. Like, some of you may die, but it is a sacrifice I am willing to make. Any Albanian boxers other than Florian Marku? I don't know, actually. I don't know. I'm sure there's other Albanian boxers. It rings a bell, but I think Marku's probably their most popular one, you know? Who is more attractive, Johnny Fisher or Clarissa Shields? Charles Martin. All Quiet on the Western Front is a must-see film, probably the best war film of all time. I've never seen it. In fact, I don't think I've ever even heard of it. Need to check that out. Did that woman PM just resign or what? Oh yeah, she resigned after like a few weeks or something. So and then they replaced her with a Goldman Sachs banker, a flipping multi-millionaire called Rishi Sunak. And I always suspected that for quite a while, I suspected that he was groomed to be prime minister for a long time. Like I said when Boris was talking about stepping down, that Sunak would likely be his replacement. And it seems as if they pulled a bit of a bait and switch with that woman they put in, and they basically humiliated her. It was like a massive humiliation ritual, just a big piss take. They put her in, they humiliated her, they made her look stupid, and they sacked all the flipping all the Tory benchers and whatnot, and then replaced her with him. I mean, it was obviously planned, and now as soon as he's in office, he's talking about digital currency and basically just all the globalist shit that we've been fighting against. Shrek is better looking than Clarissa Shields. Yeah, of course he is. Who isn't? Maximum Jenkins versus Derek Chisora. In what round does Max stop Derek? In the first round, of course. I mean, it wouldn't even surprise me now with the state that Derek Chisora's in. He looked terrible. The 135-pound division is suddenly having issues making weight since Loma returned. Yeah. Everybody's struggling, isn't they? Every single one of them. Shout out to Del Boy, Blue Collar Sports TV. Good to see you, brother, every time. Sup, Nordic? Hope you're well. Yeah, hope you're well too, man. I'm good. Absolutely. Danny Williams would have beat a prime AJ. I don't think so. I don't know about that. Danny Williams was all right in his prime, but I don't think he would have beaten AJ. Germany, Denmark, and the Swiss have a dead boxing scene right now. Yeah, they definitely do. There's there's not even any domestic level competition there now. I mean, the best German fighters they've had in recent years, Vincent Feigenputz and guys like that. And those guys got completely and utterly embarrassed at world level. So yeah, the German boxing scene is dead. The last serious Danish fighter they had was Kessler, and of course he's long since retired. So yeah, that whole scene has been dead for a long time, man. Kovalev sucks and always has. It was obvious when he couldn't knock out Hopkins. He struggled against an old man. Whoa. How many people have knocked out Hopkins? I mean, how many times has Hopkins been stopped in his career? I mean, very, very rarely. You didn't stop Hopkins. I know he got stopped in his last fight, but again, it's not something that generally happened to him, was it? Triple G also fought in Monaco. I think it was the Adam. Yeah, he fought in Monaco a few times. He also fought Martin Murray there. Fought him in Monaco as well. Congrats on 10k subs. Enjoyed the Glenn Johnson review. Yeah, thanks, mate. Thanks, I appreciate it. Yeah, I was quite surprised that I got to 10k. I never expected it, man. But yeah, it was good because, again, like when I started the channel, I didn't think I'd get anywhere near that, So to me, that's a lot. It seems like a lot. Are you watching Jake Paul tonight? No, absolutely not. I'm not interested in his fixed fights, Yeah, Germany had a pretty good list of notable world-class fighters in the 2000s. Yeah, they definitely did. And they had a good sort of boxing economy over there. But that, sadly, they kind of got sabotaged from within, in my opinion. And yeah, culturally, Germans are all a bunch of soft pussies now, so I can't see them like producing any good fighters. Who wins in a car park, Andrew Tate or Campbell Hatton? Oh, Andrew Tate, without a doubt. He'd flipping kick him in the head, and Campbell Hatton would flipping probably get decapitated, man. Arthur Abraham, a very underappreciated fighter. Yeah, absolutely. I did a career review for him. I was a big fan of his, man. He wasn't the best fighter, but I was a big fan. Would you rather fight Clarissa or Savannah? Oh, man. Gun to my head. I don't know. You'd have to pull the trigger, man. You'd have to. I never seen an Indian boxer. I think there are some Indian boxers, but it's very, very rare. It's just they don't have like a boxing culture, do they? Failed a drug test at work. Does anyone know if Scottish chickens are fed with weed and cocaine as part of their diet? Yeah, you had some tainted chicken. It wasn't your fault, man. Tainted chicken. Yep, Sunak, another World Economic Forum shill. Absolutely. Just like Vladimir Putin. Just like all these flipping young world leaders. They're all involved with the World Economic Forum. And they're all here to bring about a destruction of our economy. What do you think the pandemic was all about? What do you think the war in Russia and Ukraine is all about? It's to completely stifle food production, energy production, drive prices up, and of course make us all poor so that we accept this cashless society, this great reset, this new economic system that they're trying to bring in. And Sunak is obviously a big player in that. The dude's a multimillionaire former Goldman Sachs banker. And I think we know what his agenda is, or at least we know what part of it is, But again, there's nothing I can do about it. Except pray, Any Euro trash boxer should thank God to have an opportunity to come to the glorious United States. Yeah. The World Economic Forum member, Liz Truss, has been replaced by another World Economic Forum puppet Shitkin Sunak. Yeah. I know. They're all in the same club, man. There's no anybody who's still caught up in the whole political spectrum at this point is just lost, man. They're just brainwashed. Ziz was a popular bodybuilder on YouTube 10 years ago. Now he's popular again to guys who want to better themselves or some shit like that. I've never heard of him, or at least I have. If I have, I've completely forgotten. Did you see the huge clip of Liz Truss openly stating that she's a Zionist? I didn't see it, but it would not surprise me one bit. I'd tongue punch Clarissa Shields' fart box for a $5 and a packet of Skittles. I got a family-sized chicken pie just for me in the oven with some gravy on it. Oh, man, I love a chicken pie. That'll be beautiful. Do you know what I had today? I had a Papa John's pizza. Me and the missus shared one. It was beautiful. Had sausage and pepperoni on it. Max Jenkins versus Johnny Fisher. Make it happen. Yeah, that'll be a good test for both of them, innit? Josh Kelly or Troy Williamson? I'm not sure about that fight. I'm not sure about it. So it's a hard one to pick, Dennis Salen looked okay, but Warrington dealt with him easily. Yeah, he was all right. He was an all right sort of European level fighter. I remember when he fought Isaac Lowe, and some people thought he won that, but it was competitive, All combat sports in Germany are dead. There's so much corruption going on here, it's bonkers. There are good boxers fighting bums for years and then going under the radar in their prime. Ridiculous. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. They don't really have the same culture of like boxing that they used to. I know back in the day in Germany, like amateur boxing was massive over there. Like the guys it was literally like a full-time job. Like amateur boxers in Germany, from what I hear, unlike how it is here in the UK, where it's like completely just, there's no sense in it at all unless you're actually going to get sponsored. I think in Germany it was actually a massive career for them. So they obviously before turning pro, they would get so much experience, back in the day. But nowadays, it's as if the whole culture over there is just soft. There's no discipline, there's no real drive to really chase good competition and better yourselves. I don't know. It's just a different culture now. I don't really know even how to describe it, but they don't really produce fighters anymore. It's a shame. It really is, because they used to have great fighters over there. I'm guessing the guy who said Kovalev sucks is either blind or has a touch of the downs. Yeah, either that or it's just like he was just being satirical. I don't know, man. Sunak was installed so that Labour can win the next election. Then they can accelerate UN Agenda 2030 and 21. Well, to be honest, I don't really think it matters whether it's Labour or Tory in government, because it's always that same two-party system. And whichever party gets elected, it's always the same shit. It's the same laws that get passed, the same censorship, the same inflation, nothing really changes, does it? No matter who's in charge. So, obviously both teams are, their leading politicians are all educated at the same schools and are all owned by the same people, so it doesn't matter whether it's Labour or Tory, it doesn't matter at all. Bro, Hopkins is impossible to knock out because he seems to know how to survive. Say what you want about B-Hop, he was extremely crafty. Yeah, that was the thing about B-Hop. Nobody ever laid a convincing beating on him. Nobody was ever really able to get control of him in the ring because he just knew every single trick in the book. He was such a great spoiler. He would always hit you low on the blind side of the ref. He would throw a punch followed by his head. He would use his forearms inside. He would lean on you. He would constantly complain to the referee and constantly milk it whenever he got fouled and claim he was fouled even when he wasn't. He was just a guy who knew how to dupe referees and cheat his way through contests. He knew how to cheat to avoid really exerting himself in the ring. So it's very difficult to knock him out and lay a convincing beating on him, Who's the next career review on? It's going to be Nikolai Valuev. Production has already began on that one. So yeah, that's going to be the next one. And there's a few more in mind, which I'm hoping to get a couple more or maybe a few more out by the end of the year, It's not easy to KO certain crafty fighters like Hopkins, yeah, because again, their entire style is all about surviving, Have you ever thought about doing a Pacquiao versus Valero breakdown? That would be interesting, but I think people pretty much know what I'd say, because to me, that fight is a mismatch. I think Pacquiao was just far too fast, far too skilled, far too fundamentally sound, and I would only give Valero a puncher's chance. I think Pacquiao would school him as far as I'm concerned. At this point, the World Economic Forum have to rebrand themselves because they are fully exposed. But that's the problem. It doesn't even matter if they're exposed, because if you say anything about them, you get banned immediately. I know I'm talking about them here, but let's say if I was to make a video titled The World Economic Forum and talk about what they're up to, that video won't go anywhere. It'll just be put down the pecking order and barely anyone will see it. And if you bring it up, you're just a conspiracy theorist, So I don't think it really matters. I mean, these organizations, these cabals, they operate in broad daylight. I mean, we've seen them openly declare Vladimir Putin as one of their assets right before the war in Ukraine. So again, it doesn't really matter whether people know what they're all about. People are domesticated at this point, and they ain't going to do nothing about it. It is what it is. Vitali would have beat Lennox Lewis if it wasn't for the doctors. Yeah, I agree. If they'd have let that fight go on, Lennox was exhausted. He would have been stopped. You will own nothing and be happy. Yep, absolutely. Classic quote. In the 80s, some people underestimated Hagler because he had a close fight against former lightweight Duran. Yeah, he definitely did. He did have a close fight with Duran, who was considerably smaller than him. And you can see why they would have not rated him that highly after that, That Gary Cully just went on the DAZN card. He sparked some unbeaten French kid. He looks decent, big lightweight, interesting. I'll need to check him out then. Is he looking good? Good to see some domestic fights like Ryder versus Parker and Kelly versus Williamson. Yeah, those are both great fights, particularly the Parker versus Ryder fight, which, as you know, I'm really excited about. And it's a genuine tough fight to call. Like, I think Parker can win it on points, but it's going to be a hard fight, man, because Ryder's incredibly tough, he's incredibly fit, and he's very experienced. So that's going to be a hard fight, man. I think Parker's going to have to survive a real scare in the later rounds of that fight to win it. They got Papa John's in the UK, yeah, right across the road from me. You guys got Chick-fil-A too. They do have Chick-fil-A, but the problem is there's very few of them, and I think some of them got shut down due to like threats and vandalism and stuff like that, obviously from the flipping sodomite community. But yeah, they do exist here. I've never been to one. Well, if I live near one, I would go. But and if I do pass one, I'll probably go. But as far as I'm aware, there are some, but there aren't many. There certainly aren't anywhere I live or anywhere near where I live. But yeah, there's a Papa John's right across the road from me. I've just had sausage casserole and banana fritters for dessert. Awesome. That's nice. Do you think Hearn and DAZN will divorce soon? I can't see them being happy together or even surviving until 2026. I don't think it really matters. I mean, DAZN have a unlimited stream of money, it seems. They've got so much resources, despite the fact they don't generate anything. I mean, the reason why they were so cheap when they came around is because they got so much investment, and it seems to me as if it wasn't about money. Like, I don't know if they were laundering money or if they were just running it at a loss to try and stay in power politically or something like that. But there was definitely more to it than money, you know. I don't think that it really matters how much they make at this point, you know. They should have told him he has another round or two, and maybe they'll give him everything he had, like they did with Marciano in the 50s. Yeah, that's what they should have done, but they didn't want Vitali to win that fight. It was set up for Lewis to win, you know. He was the A-side. Leon Bunn just got stopped. Yeah, he got destroyed by Padraig McCrory. I watched that fight. I saw it on YouTube. Yeah, the Irishman completely destroyed him. Italy had the same thing with Roberto Camarel. He was paid very well as an amateur and even promised a career in the civil service after his career, which is why he never went pro. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing in certain countries in Eastern Europe. That's what they did. You know, these guys who were amateurs, sometimes they'd even fight into their 30s because they would basically earn a living, you know, wouldn't have to work. Boxing was their job. So, yeah, there was very little incentive to turn pro, you know. Imagine the amount of anti-white propaganda the German people have to listen to. Yeah, that's the thing. Probably ever since World War II, the German people have been shamed and demoralized and completely and utterly beaten down to the point where they just hate themselves. They hate their history. They hate their culture. And that's part of the reason they don't produce good fighters anymore, as far as I'm concerned. The Tories are Labour light. Yeah, exactly. But they're basically Labour. They're the same thing. You know, there's not really any difference. True left wing and right wing are two wings of the same Jesuit bird. Yeah, exactly. Two wings of the same Jesuit bird. I couldn't put it any better myself, man. I couldn't. It is what it is. I don't see how someone over the age of 25 can believe that their vote matters. Imagine unironically believing that your vote matters. And it is a civic duty to vote. Like, yeah, absolutely, man. Look, I've never voted in my life, not one time. I never will. I don't believe in it. I think it's I think the whole culture of you know, celebrating when your flipping political faction wins and stuff like that, and then oh yeah, let's get through the midterms and then let's vote again, and yeah, maybe we'll be in power for 2 years, and it's embarrassing, man. I mean, it doesn't matter. Because again, whether it's Labour in charge or whether it's the Tories or whoever, all the policies you get are the same. Again, we're all still feeling the strain of what's going on in the world. You know, our country's still giving money to foreign wars, to keep these wars going, if you know what I mean. You know, they're still bringing in uncontrolled amounts of migrants. You know, they're still flipping ramming propaganda down our throats. It doesn't matter who's in charge, you know. National anthem will be changed to Jim will fix it. Jim will fix it for you. He'll fix it for you. Yeah, imagine that. Anthem will be changed to Jim will fix it when it's King Charles and PM Starmer. Yeah. Sorry, that took me by surprise, man. Now then. Well, how's about that then, guys and gals? Where was I? Valero would have fell short against the elite in and around about his weight class, like Patman and Marquez. Definitely. I think Pacquiao, Marquez, too accurate, too skilled, too fundamentally sound. They'll absolutely destroy him. Dude, you should make a De La Hoya versus Sue video. Interesting. Well, you mean like a fantasy fight? That would be very interesting, actually. Can you please do a career review on Roberto Duran? Interesting. Yeah, that's a great idea. He had a fascinating career, man. What's up, Nordic Warrior? Looking forward to the career review on Valiev. The only time he is mentioned now is when people make fun of him and his size. Yeah, I'm gonna do like a good breakdown into his entire career, and we're gonna have a good look at it, man. I've got all the fights ready. I've got stuff ready to make the video. It's going to be coming relatively soon. What do you make of Jamal Charlo fighting Tim Zhu in 2023? I think Charlo knocks him out. I don't really rate Tim Zhu. He's a good boxer, but I think he might be chinny. I think he lacks experience, and I think he's not big enough or strong enough or durable enough to win that fight. I think Charlo stops him. But Zhu might be ahead at the time of the stoppage. I don't know. It's great to see you back on live chats with you, Nordic. What does the future hold for the channel? Well, I've got a lot of career reviews coming. It's good to see you here too, man. Yeah, I've got a lot of career reviews coming. Going to be streaming every now and then, maybe once a week or once every couple of weeks or something. And I've also got a new set of videos planned. Like I'm thinking of doing like my own commentary for fights and stuff like that. You know, so there's a lot of projects in the works. I've got a lot of things coming. It's going to be good. Lomachenko versus Pacquiao at 135 would have been amazing. Yeah, that would have been a good fight. I think Loma's probably more skilled, but Pacquiao's so much stronger, faster, hits harder. I think he might have stopped him late, you know, or won a wide decision. So I'd go with Pacquiao in that fight. In my opinion, Ryder is going to outpoint Parker. Parker needs a fast start, and with lacking proper rounds in the last few years, he might not make the most of that opportunity. Yeah, we'll see, man. We'll see. It's interesting. I'm looking forward to that fight. I think Parker can win it, but he's going to really survive a scare to do so. I think he's going to have to anyway. If he isn't up to scratch, if he's not as good as I think he is, then we'll find out in this fight. I can tell you that. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Makes sense because Chick-fil-A was started by a Christian. Yeah, it was. And they're, yeah, you know, they did some good things. And, you know, people in this country weren't happy about it. You know, when they opened up over here, they had to deal with vandalism. They had to deal with protest. You know, the absolute scum flipping take it up the ass community had a problem with them, you know, and yeah, they had some problems. It was a shame, man. But yeah, they I think they are still going. They're just few and far between, you know. What's your favorite Pacquiao fight? My favorite Pacquiao fight would probably be the Oscar De La Hoya fight, just because of how much I don't like Oscar De La Hoya and how much I think that was one of Pacquiao's best performances. My favorite Pacquiao fight in terms of entertainment, though, has to be the second Marquez fight. That's a great fight, man. If you've never seen it, go check out Pacquiao versus Marquez 2. Fantastic fight. A really high-level technical fight between two great fighters in their prime, man. I think that was both guys at their prime in terms of technique and physicality. You know, they were both great in that fight. Out of all the boxing networks, which one you think is the best in your opinion? The boxing networks. Well, I'm not a fan of any network really, but I did like the production values of HBO. I think that they, especially when they had guys like Larry Merchant and whatnot on the panel, I think they were really good, and I think their highlights and just the way that they presented the shows was good. But a lot of the other ones, I mean, I don't like Sky Sports. I can't stand them. I'm not a fan of BT. I used to like Box Nation. I think they were pretty good, but they kind of got buck broken, you know. So it's hard to really say. I'd say HBO were probably the best for a while, you know. And it's a shame what happened to them. Imagine a fight between Marciano and Beterbiev. That'd be a bloody war, man. That'd be a brutal fight, wouldn't it? Chick-fil-A gets jam-packed with customers daily, while McDonald's gets like maybe 5 to 8 cars an hour. Yeah, I know we definitely need more Chick-fil-A over here, man. I'd be there very often, very regularly, if they brought it over to where I live, you know. Camarel beat Gage and got robbed in 2012. Not surprising, considering Ditchko and Savon beat him in the same Olympics. Yeah, AJ got a few gifts in that Olympics, man. But it was all set up for him to win in London, so didn't surprise me one bit. Nordic, have you ever called in on BDA boxing? I think I heard you once, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I've been on there a couple of times, not for a while though. I got nothing against BDA, but I'm just not a big fan of how they do things over there, to be honest. Democracy is having the right to choose which way you'd like to get fucked. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Vic Darchinyan was an underrated fighter. Yeah, he was. He was good. He was never the same after what happened with Donaire, though. That was bloody brutal, that first fight. Even in the second fight, he did pretty well, but yeah, he ended up getting taken out, didn't he? Is what it is. Honestly, people who hate themselves, their heritage, their lineage, and their history are more worthless than a dead corpse. I hate those kind of people. I have no tolerance for that kind of pathetic trash. You know what, mate? I'm in the same mindset right now. Like, as you guys know, I'm Scottish, right? My family lineage is Scottish, and you know, Scotland has a somewhat controversial history, a very scattered history. It's a strange country, but one of the things that's synonymous with being Scottish is being a sort of a proud warrior. You know, being a true alpha, basically. You know, being a warrior. It's a barbarian culture, and it obviously has a culture that's has deep roots in Christianity. You know, a lot of things happened here, like for example, the commissioning of the King James Bible. A lot of that happened here. You know, and of course. Again, it's a country that has a very fascinating history and a very consistent history in terms of the culture. But if you were to look at it today and the way people behave and the way they act and whatnot, it's a complete farce. It's a complete disgrace. Like, people here are cowards. People here are weaklings. They're conformists, and it's basically a country that's ran by complete and utter reprobates. You know, it's horrible, man. And yeah, I know exactly what you mean. You probably see it in your own country too. You know, if you look up your country's history and the reputation it once had, and you see the way people behave now, and the kind of things that they do just to fit in and just to feel good about themselves. You know, this inferiority complex that people have. It's just really pretentious and just makes me sick, man. I'm sick and tired of it. You know. All right, where was I? I'm way behind on this chat, man. People in the know say Nikita Zhu is the better brother. He looks solid so far. Also, is he better than Tim Zhu? See, I've never seen him fight. I've only seen Tim. Best UK fighter ever. I would say probably Joe Calzaghe. Probably. I think he might be the best British fighter ever. That's not to say he didn't have flaws, but I definitely think he's one of them. He's one of the most skilled British fighters ever, for sure. No doubt about it. Tim ain't bad, though, for the son of a famous fighter. Yeah. More often than not, the sons of famous fighters don't do very well, you know, because obviously they don't have the same motivation to get themselves out of the gutter that their fighters, that their fathers tend to have, you know. Have you heard about Facebook, Amazon, and Netflix losing billions of dollars due to losing customers due to their degeneracy and woke agenda? I have indeed. But as I keep saying, And I keep saying, it's not about money. It's about the message. It's about putting the message out there. Yeah, junior middleweight doesn't seem very competitive. I mean, if someone like Jamel Charlo is able to become undisputed, it can't be, Zach Parker needs to keep it long, make it a boxing match, and keep Ryder on the edge of straight, hard punches. If Ryder spends a significant time on the inside, Parker will struggle. Yeah, Parker's never been he's never been a very prolific inside fighter. He's a guy who's better at the long range boxing, got a very good jab, can switch his stance if he needs to. And I think his lateral movement and his long range boxing could win him that fight. But if it becomes a brawl, he's going to get his arse kicked. Who's your favorite Latino fighter and why? Mine is Carlos Monzon. Guy was a badass and dangerous in a subtle way. My favorite Latino fighter. Do you know, I really like Antonio Margarito. I know a lot of people hate him. That's not a popular opinion, but I loved watching Antonio Margarito. Like, that dude was just always in amazing fights. Like, I'm not saying he was the best Latino fighter, but he was so entertaining. Like, I've never seen a fight of that guy which was in any way, shape, or form even remotely boring. Like, the guy was always in a great fight, even later in his career. I really liked Sergio Martinez. Even though I think he was overrated, I think he was really entertaining. He was a guy who achieved a lot more than he really should have in boxing. Like, he just went above and beyond, so I was a big fan of him. I really liked Eric Morales and I liked Barrera too, his rival. They were great Latino fighters, obviously. So, yeah, I liked quite a few Latino fighters over the years, Prime Box Nation was the purest boxing content we had, 2013 to 2015-ish. They were great. Some solid international cards. They had cards from Russia, America, Germany, and the UK ones. Yeah, Box Nation were like proper enthusiastic about boxing, and they gave us some really, really solid cards. Like, I loved watching the old Sauerland cards on there, and the old World of Boxing cards. They always gave European boxing a lot of shine, if you know what I mean, and I'm really glad about that. And it's a shame they're not really very prominent anymore. Same thing happened here in the States, but I think a delicious chicken sandwich made from scratch is way more important than feelings of a bunch of poop scoopers. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you want a good, nice, proper succulent piece of chicken. I don't mind listening to a few screaming sodomites, holding their rainbow flags. I'll eat it in front of them, man. I'll enjoy it. Am I the only one who can't stand Bradley and Ward as commentators? No, you're not the only one. I agree with you 100%, and I'm sure a lot of these guys too, because, Ward and Bradley are always trying to, project their own insecurities onto these fights, and they're always basically... What was it I was trying to say? They're basically trying to excuse the illegal tactics and stuff like that from fighters. They just act like complete and utter degenerate thugs. Like, if a guy hits on the break, Ward will say, "Oh, there's nothing wrong with that. It's boxing. You gotta do what you gotta do," and interjecting their thug shit into these fights, man. And yeah, someone needs to get rid of them. They really do. I like to see Carl Frampton, Felix Sturm, and Martin Murray career reviews. Do you know what? I'll do all three of them. Just for you, I'll do all three of them guys at some point in the near future. Because, yeah, I'd love to do that, man. 1 second. Scotland forever. Yeah. Wakanda forever. I seen an interesting video the other day. Do you know, some of you guys in the UK might know this. There was, the doctor who was fired quite recently, or when I say quite recently, in the past couple of years or so, he was fired for refusing to use gender pronouns and stuff like that. The doctor's basically a Christian. He was an English doctor. And he made a video earlier today. I came across completely just out of the blue, and he was talking about Scotland and whatnot, and a little bit about Scottish history, and I was like, it kind of almost brought a tear to my eye, man. It really did. Scotland is majority Catholic. No, it's not majority Catholic. I'd say it's about 50% Catholic. But back in the day, like back in the times of obviously Mary Queen of Scots and whatnot, there was a lot of different denominations, a lot of different factions of Christianity, and they were all kind of unified for a while by King James. There's a lot of holy history in this country. I tell you that, man. Like, if you've ever been to Stirling or Edinburgh, go just do some research into those cities and stuff that happened there back in history, and it's fascinating, man. How Christianity really a lot of the modern interpretations we have of Christian culture came from Scotland. It really did. It's fascinating, man. Bradley and Ward are biased as Leonard and Lampley were during the Chavez-Taylor fight. Horrible, yeah. Commentary is always biased, man. I can't think of a time when it hasn't been, at least some extent. BDA would be so much better if they didn't keep bringing these stupid ass LDBC fools and giving them hours to spew their stupidity. I don't know why anybody would allow those types of people on their channel, man. I just don't understand it. Our culture is gone, mate. Sad to see. My generation has been led astray. I pray they repent. Yeah, me too. Absolutely. I pray they do. And I wish people would, when it comes to history, I wish people would stop being ashamed of history, which had nothing to do with them, and instead just embrace it for what it is and just become realists, And like you say, they need to repent and drop the self-righteousness. That's what I think. Every streaming service has some shows about queers. Like, it's okay, we get it. There's dudes that like it up the ass, and we need reminded of that. Yeah, I mean, look, not to be too graphic, but I mean, if you're the type of person who thinks that inserting a penis into your sphincter is normal, rational, and well-adjusted behavior, then I don't know, man. You've got something wrong with you. Put it that way. Because I tell you right now, in nature, you would not see that. You would not see that ever. But I digress. I can see Parker outboxing Ryder from the outside. I think it'll be a lot harder for Ryder to get inside on Parker than it was against Callum Smith. I agree, absolutely. Callum Smith doesn't really have that good an inside game himself, and not only that, he doesn't really utilize his reach properly, whereas I think that Parker can. I think he's a better boxer personally than Callum Smith. I really do. Here's what it is. Margarito was blackballed badly. Yeah, Margarito was set up, in my opinion. I think that the whole loaded gloves thing was just a complete and utter railroad job, as far as I'm concerned. I think it was a lot of nonsense. I really do. It's not about the money with these corporate giants, but if they're losing that much money, what does it say about the message they're trying to send and how people are not accepting? Yeah, people will never fully accept it. You'll never get everybody to accept it. But if you get enough people to accept it, if you get enough people in power to accept it, you can censor and destroy the livelihoods of the people who don't accept it. And, people like you and me who are just trying to get by in life and trying to support our families and whatnot, they can take our livelihood away like that, like that. They can just snap their fingers and really deperson and deplatform us, They can make any one of us disappear at any time, man. Sergio Martinez was great. Marquez too. Duran, probably the best ever, just not as a South American fighter. Yeah, Duran had a fantastic resume, Do you support Josh Taylor, and can he compete at 147? I do support Josh Taylor. I think he's a very, very good fighter. But at 147, I don't know. I'll have to see how he looks in his next fight. I thought he looked terrible in his last fight, and part of me thinks he might be on his way out. He might have one foot out the door. But again, I'll reserve judgment until I see his next fight. Then I'll get back to you on it. Tim Bradley gets hard every time Devin Haney does something. Yeah, he does. Devin Haney throws a flipping half slap, and then it's there you go. You get your flipping American trainers, the black American trainers, when they've got one of their hype jobs who doesn't even know how to throw a punch properly, and they throw one of them little limp-wristed jabs, and they go, there you go, hit that body. He don't like it to the body. Where was I? I always felt Frampton was super overrated. Felt he lost the first Leo Santa Cruz fight clearly. Yeah, I always thought Frampton was overrated too. And in fact, to this day, I'm surprised he beat Scott Quigg. Like, I didn't think he was going to win that fight. And I was surprised he got the win in the first Leo Santa Cruz fight. I thought he was going to get destroyed in both of those fights. I really did. So, yeah, I definitely think he was overrated. So he achieved a lot more than I thought he would, Wakanda doesn't even exist, and that's how much it sucks. Wakanda forever! You are in Wakanda now. You will get nothing but dust and blood. I'll tell you one thing, Glasgow's starting to look like Wakanda. I'll tell you that. Sven Otke and Darius Mikuchevsky career review. I've already done a Sven Otke one. But a Darius Mikuchevsky one, yeah, definitely do that at some point. I mean, why not, eh? I always thought Frampton was fairly technically limited, but I think he was a big overachiever over Donaire and Kiko and Quigg. Yeah, I agree that those were good wins for him, and I never thought he would have beaten the likes of Kiko and Quigg. I think he was a bit too big for Donaire, but against Kiko, against Quigg and Leo Santa Cruz, I never thought he could beat those guys. So I was surprised that he got the wins, Who's your greatest of all time? Off topic, but yeah. See, it's a hard question. For me, I think it's got to be Pacquiao, man. Like, just in terms of his resume, broke so many records in boxing, man. I mean, 8-division champion, 5-division lineal champion, and just a guy who kicked ass for 20 years, won world titles in his 40s and whatnot. I think he was the oldest welterweight champion ever. Absolutely swept the lower divisions. And just to me, he was the full package as a fighter. He was entertaining, great to watch, great athlete, very good boxing skills, loads of heart, fought everybody, didn't duck or run, fought across multiple eras, won titles, became number one in several divisions. To me, yeah, he was he's got to be the greatest of all time, man, as far as I'm concerned. Without the McGuigans, Frampton wouldn't have won a world title. I agree, 100%. I think Barry McGuigan did an absolutely fantastic job of managing Frampton's career. He got him the right fights, the right developmental fights, and built his name in Ireland and really stuck his neck out for him. And the way that Frampton stabbed him in the back, that never sat right with me. And that's one of the problems I have with Josh Taylor too. He did the same thing as far as I'm concerned. Gay people want to spread their proclivities as much as possible. Even to the young legalization in the 60s was bad for children, bad for the health of society. Yeah, of course it was, man. Absolutely. I agree. Look, they won't be happy until everybody's as messed up in their head as them. That's the truth, man. Stephen Anderson talked about how the town where the King James version was made has zero Christianity in it now. Yeah, it does. And how Israel is now a reprobate nation, despite the fact that they used to be a nation of God. Yeah, well, I mean, that they push just degeneracy all over the world, don't they, Israel? And yeah, I mean, look, King James, he came from Scotland, and when he moved over to England to become king, when he succeeded Queen Victoria, part of what he did as king, probably the most significant thing he did was he brought together all the prominent factions of Christianity and assembled their best scholars, their best interpreters. And yeah, according to what we're taught, according to history, he commissioned the true translation of the Bible, the original Hebrew texts. And that's why to this day, the King James Version is generally regarded as the true, or at least the most authentic translation of the Bible, which is why it's the one we go by, And again, King James came from Scotland, There's a lot of history. See, if you go to Stirling Castle or somewhere like that, the places where King James came from, It's a very divine place, I tell you that. Something really, really spiritual about that place, you know. A lot of history there. And it's just a shame what's happened to the country, man. It really is. It's depressing. It's depressing to think about, but I can only pray, you know. That's all I can do about it. That's what it is. Top 5 fighters at the moment. If we're going off just purely skill, I think we have to have the likes of Loma, Usyk. I don't know, man. I don't like doing this because there's so many guys out there that, like Terence Crawford, for example, who has a great career on paper. You know, arguably the best record. You know, all these titles and whatnot. But I don't think he has that much skill. Whereas you get a guy like Loma, who maybe hasn't achieved as much, but in my opinion, he's just so much better in terms of the eye test. You know, it's a hard question. It's one I'd have to really think about. And I'd have to do a video about or something to get down to the bottom of it, you know? I mean, you got a point. I have cats, 2 males, 2 females. I don't see the 2 females eating each other out. I see them growling at each other because they hate one another, especially the males. Yeah, women can't get along with each other, man. That's what it is. You know, if you're with your girl and, you know, you start talking to a pretty chick, even if it's completely innocent, you know, they won't like each other, will they, man? They're always in competition. Same in the animal kingdom. What they're not doing is they're not sodomizing each other and eating each other out, you know, because that's completely unnatural. But if you live in San Francisco, they'll tell you otherwise, you know, anal penetration, you know, putting your, again, I hate to be so graphic, but penetrating a sphincter, you know, that's seen as rational, normal behavior nowadays, isn't it? Apparently, Haney clinched Kambosos 59 times in the first fight. Is that how many? Is that it? I was expecting more. I mean, he holds a lot in fights, you know. Yeah, he was an overachiever, Carl Frampton. He shouldn't have won either of those fights, but he did way better than we all expected. Yeah, I agree. Like, when I first saw Carl Frampton, like, I think the first time I watched Carl Frampton live, if I remember rightly, it was on the undercard of Paul McCloskey versus Bradis Prescott. That was a great fight. And that was the same night as Klitschko versus Adamek, if I remember rightly. I think it was like the same broadcast. And he did a decent job in that fight, but I remember thinking he was beatable. I remember looking at him and thinking that Scott Quigg could completely expose him, you know. But that wasn't what happened. That's definitely probably his best victory. I won't say that the Santa Cruz fight is, because again, that was really controversial, but the win against Scott Quigg was a good one and a surprising one. My biggest nightmare is being trapped in an elevator with Bill Haney and Tim Bradley, having to listen to them talk about Devin. Man, that would be. Do you know what? I've been trapped in an elevator a couple of times actually, but being trapped in an elevator with those two, it doesn't bear thinking about, man. That's scary. It really is. I used to think Freddie Roach and Teddy Atlas were boxing masterminds until I realized they both believe and teach that fighters are born, not made. Only losers believe that crap. Well, of course, fighters are not born. I mean, you're not born into this world with an understanding of boxing fundamentals, are you? No, you're taught that in the gym. You're taught that in the playground. You know, you're taught that over years of defending yourself and gaining experience and being taught by your elders. You know, that's how you learn how to fight, man. Speaking of Kiko, a career review for him would be good once he retires. Tonight could be his last fight. That's a great idea, Del Boy, man. I'd love to do that because I think he had a great career. And again, he's another one who's kind of a generational fighter because he fought over so many generations. You know, Kiko was fighting flipping probably around about the time I started watching boxing, you know, and he's been fighting at a decent level for all that time. And he's just a solid, like, I mean, if he was a journeyman at one point, he was definitely a really high level one, you know, who won a world title when it seemed completely against all odds, you know. So yeah, it's good. Pac was the youngest flyweight ever. Yeah, I think he won his title at 19 or something like that. So yeah, very fighting at a very young age and without a whole lot of amateur experience. So Pacquiao, yeah, dude's a legend, man. One of the best fighters ever, maybe the greatest of all time. Sean O'Malley is starting to remind me of Andre Ward. I don't even know who that is. Sean O'Malley. I must not be paying enough attention to these guys, you know. For me, Lomachenko is the greatest boxer I've ever seen, probably greatest of all time for me, considering his resume too. To do it all in so few fights is remarkable. Yeah, that's a good. That's definitely an impressive accomplishment. You know, fighting at world level since your pro debut. I mean, you just don't see that in boxing. You really don't. And I know he had like hundreds of amateur fights, but it doesn't equate to professional experience, does it? I was raised in the no steroid era in the 60s and 70s. Greatest to me was Marvin Hagler, but that's only because he trained down the street from my house. Oh, really? Did he? Interesting. So you must have lived near him. I think he's going to beat Jordan Gill if both fighters have taken equal damage in their last fights. Maybe, man. I think you can find more morality in the Rick James Bible than the King James Bible, though. Except for the part where the angels were about to get raped and Lot offered his daughters up. Yeah, man. Maybe I'm biased because I'm a Roman Catholic. Yeah, that's the thing, though. Like, look, Roman Catholicism, I believe Catholics can be saved because, look, the fundamental teachings of the Bible, you know, that Jesus dying on the cross for the sin of the world, it's taught in all Christian faiths. But the problem with the Catholic Church is they don't teach actual biblical Christianity. You know, that's the main problem, you know. They don't teach the true translation, as far as I'm concerned. Some animals do engage in sodomy, but it's not a very good argument. Some animals also eat shit or devour their young. Yeah, exactly. Should we start doing that? You know, should we start eating our own poop or eating our own children? You know, why not, eh? Hey, if monkeys do it, we should do it, yeah? I don't know, man. But we're not monkeys, are we? We didn't evolve from monkeys. I don't believe we did. We were made in God's image. Tonight picks Loma KO 10 and Jake Paul losing by decision. Have a good night, fellas. Yeah, you too, man. Love the videos. Keep up the great work. Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks for being here. God bless you. Where was I? I'm way behind here. Sean O'Malley is a UFC fighter who always has weird looking hair. Yeah, I don't really follow UFC. That's the thing, man. I probably should, though, because it seems more structured than boxing. Does 13.5 stone Rocky Marciano have a chance against Porky's 29 stone prospect, the runaway train Maximum Jenkins? Who does, man? Who does have a good chance against Maximum Jenkins, man? What are your thoughts on Caleb Plant whipping and KOing Darrell and adding insult to injury after Darrell said, "I'll never lose to a white boy"? I want that to happen to Haney, yeah. I don't think it will happen to Haney because Haney probably won't fight any white boys who are good enough to beat him. You know, he'll just cherry pick. So I don't really care about the Darrell fight. And Anthony Darrell's been shot for years, and Caleb Plant's just a wigger as far as I'm concerned. So doesn't mean anything to me, you know. But it was funny, I must admit. Who do you hate more, Canelo, Fury, Wilder, Haney? I don't hate anybody. I'm a Christian. It's impossible for me to hate somebody. I love everybody equally. God bless them. Evening, Nordic. Good to see you here, bro. What are your thoughts on Black Adam, if you've seen it? I've never seen it. Also, are you going to do more fantasy fight videos, such as Witter versus Hatton? Yeah, Witter versus Hatton is one I plan to do, actually. That's a fight that really should have happened. It would have been an interesting fight, but Ricky Hatton didn't want that fight. He avoided it. So, yeah, it's a shame we never saw it. So that'll be an interesting one to talk about. Do you think Lorena can beat Dubois? No, I think he's too small. Lorena was a good cruiserweight, but he's not big enough or powerful enough to beat Dubois. I think he gets beaten, and beaten convincingly. I'm actually kind of glad my mum didn't have me baptized, but I have been to a Catholic mass as a little kid. Yeah, same here. My family are Catholic. You know, I was somewhat raised Catholic. I did go to mass several times, but my family that I spent most of my childhood with, we weren't really practicing Catholics, but I became a born-again Christian in my adult years, and I tried to follow Orthodox biblical Christianity, you know, is what it is. Marciano wouldn't have a chance against Porky himself. Have you seen Porky on the bag? You know, his southpaw skills there. Yeah. Yeah, Porky's hard, man. He's been to prison. He's a tough man. A really tough man, you know. Atheists want to believe we are animals because it excuses their animal-like behavior. Absolutely. You know, atheists love to sin. And when you confront them with the realities of sin and with, you know, the realities of meeting your maker, it's not something they want to deal with. It's not something they want to think about. And it's something they want to excuse, which is why they listen to pieces of shit like, you know, that Satanist Richard Dawkins and people like that. You know, they listen to him because he kind of sings them to sleep at night, if you know what I mean. You know, it's okay. You can sin. You can do all these horrible things and nothing's going to happen to you because you're just a piece of meat. You know, you've got the same worth as a garbage bin. You know, you've got the same worth as that. You know, when you die, you're just going to descend into nothingness and all your sins are going to be forgotten about. Well, that's not how it works, I'm afraid. You know, when you die and have to meet your maker, Richard Dawkins isn't going to be there to save you. He's not going to be there to sing you to sleep at night, and you're going to have to answer for your sins, and you're going to have to throw yourself on the mercy of the Lord. You know, that's what's going to happen. So again, be a degenerate piece of shit if you want, but at the end of the day, you're going to meet your maker one day. So that's what it is, man, and just be prepared for it. You know, Jesus died for you. He gave you the free gift of salvation. All you have to do is believe in and trust in him as you trust a parachute, you know. Repent and trust in Jesus. Fury versus Chisora 3 is just adding salt to the wounds for Pulev, yeah. Should have given Pulev a shot at Fury. I mean, at least he'd come to win, you know. He'd come to fight. Chisora's probably going to do nothing, man. He's just there for the payday. Sorry, let me reword. Who runs boxing the most? Canelo, who ruins boxing the most? Canelo, Haney, Wilder, Fury. Probably Canelo, because his fights are just so blatantly staged that it's not even funny, and it confuses all the casuals and it kind of messes up pound for pound lists and stuff like that. And yeah, it hasn't done good for boxing, in my opinion. Hate is not an unnatural thing for a Christian. We're supposed to hate reprobates and degenerates. David in the book of Psalms talks about hating those that hate the Lord. It's true. I mean, look, it's natural, right? It is. But the thing is, though, Jesus also did tell us to turn the other cheek. And, you know, you can interpret that in different ways. But I think the problem for me is when I get caught up in hate, I end up kind of becoming what I hate, if you know what I mean. I kind of fall into the trap of self-righteousness. And that's something that is a failing of mine, and it's something I try to avoid. So, you know, because I hope that everybody can be saved, if you know what I mean. So I genuinely don't hate anybody. Like, it absolutely makes me sick to my stomach, the thought of anybody going to hell. I want everybody to go to heaven. I want everybody to be saved, no matter what I think of them, no matter where they come from. And, you know, I just have to believe it can be done, you know. So it would be, I feel as if it would be self-righteous of me to just go around pointing the finger, you know, let he who is without sin cast the first stone, as Jesus said, you know. The teachings of Christ are really important. Which theologians do you read? To be honest, I don't really read any of them. Not nowadays, anyway. I'm sticking to reading the Bible. You know, I've been taking the Bible to work with me and that. And recently, I was reading it on the train and whatnot. I'm actually looking forward to Fury Chisora 3. I'm always up for a Tyson Fury fight. Maybe I'm just a consumer. There's nothing wrong with that. Listen, if you like seeing Fury fight and you like seeing him win and win well, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not going to criticize anybody for that, you know. It's up to you, man. It is what it is. What weight do you think Usyk should come coming at a fight against Fury, he looked pretty sluggish in his last fight. I think he was 100 kilograms at the weigh-in. How much did he weigh? Was it about 130 pounds or 131 pounds, something like that? I don't know. I would have thought he would have needed to be a bit lighter to beat Fury, because maybe like 225 or something, because he would need to be strong and fit, but he'd also need to be fast and light on his feet, because, you know, that's his advantage, his speed and athleticism, you know. If he can outwit Fury, if he can have quicker feet, he can beat him, you know. The wrong thing to do would be try to slug it out with him, put it that way. Fury will sing Sweet Caroline to promote his cover song after Chisora 3, so definitely stop Chisora so his song doesn't bomb, yeah. Yeah, he needs to go in there and just set about Chisora and take him out quickly, because yeah, otherwise it's not a good look. But I have a feeling that he might carry Chisora, you know, just to try and justify the pay-per-view and whatnot, you know. I think they might. It wouldn't surprise me, you know. I kind of hate that Richard Dawkins shares my last name, yeah. Well, it's a somewhat popular last name, in it, so I wouldn't worry about it. But yeah, Richard Dawkins, that guy makes my stomach turn, because I know for a fact, listen, that guy believes in God. I tell you that. But he thinks, I'm assuming he's cut some sort of deal where he thinks that he's going to be like rewarded for damning as many people as he can. He probably thinks he's like an agent of the devil or something, but he's severely mistaken, because the devil isn't going to win. And one day he's going to meet his maker, just like we all are. And he's going to have to answer for everybody who he's brainwashed over the years. And I hope that he repents. I really do. And I hope he becomes born again and changes his mind, you know. I wasn't raised in the church. Parents are atheists. Got born again last year. Good to hear that, man. Been to a few churches, yet still to find a good one, though. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know if I trust the church nowadays. The church tends to just sit by and let things happen, and they don't really intervene enough, as far as I'm concerned. But that's good that you're born again. That's what matters. You know, just keep God in your heart, repent, and trust in Jesus to be your Lord and Savior. And if you can find a good church, one that actually preaches proper biblical Christianity, then that's good for you, man. God bless you. It screams a retirement. It just screams a retirement cash out fight for Chisora. Yeah, it definitely does. I hope Fury destroys Chisora, ideally inside 4. Yeah, same here. Like I would rather they just get that fight out the way, and Fury doesn't get too badly injured or whatever, so they can get us a real fight of consequence, like AJ or preferably Usyk, you know, if they can get that fight on next year. Psalm 139. Do not I hate them, O Lord, that hate thee. I hate them with a perfect hatred. I count them my enemies. Yeah, righteous anger, you know, righteous hatred. I understand that. Richard Dawkins is also dogmatic in a way. Yeah, he definitely is. He definitely is. I mean, he's a religious idiot. That's what Richard Dawkins is. You know, he's one of the high priests of the Church of Atheism. That's what he is, man. What's your opinion of Andrew Tate? Do you know, I've heard that question a lot. I'm kind of sick of repeating myself. I just think he's controlled opposition. He came out of nowhere, and I've got really I don't really want to waste time on him, put it that way, man. I've always been a Christian. My dad doesn't believe, but my mum does. I've always had that belief in God and wanted to pray at a young age. God bless. That's brilliant, man. It really is. Like, I was undecided when I was a kid, but when I became an adult, I had the kind of spiritual experience that I think everybody has at one point in their life, when you just wonder, what is the world? What is the universe? What's the point of life and stuff like that? And, you know, I think God speaks to you, doesn't he? And he gives you the understanding that you need, you know, certain concepts that you think about and you understand before you even open the Bible and before you even learn anything about biblical Christianity, you know, such as the concept of being given a new heart. I mean, look that up in the Bible, you know. That happened to me before I ever heard those words, you know. Caleb Plant, the oil driller and wigger. Yeah, he is. He's an oil driller and a wigger. He is. Svenoki's best performance. Probably the Charles Brewer fight. I mean, I know he had problems in the Mundine fight, but the way he took him out in the end, the way he set that knockout up was fantastic. But I think his best performance, just from a 12-round technical perspective, was the Byron Mitchell fight. You know, a guy that was so much bigger than him, younger, bigger puncher in his prime, long reach, and he completely outboxed and outworked him for 12 rounds. I thought that was a great performance, man, from mostly a technical point of view. I wasn't raised Christian. Parents are atheists, got born again last year. Been a few... Wait, I already read that, didn't I? I must be losing this this chat. Usyk was 221 for both KJ fights. Was he now? You know, that's a decent weight then. I think 221 would be a good weight for Fury because he's not too big and he's not too small, you know? Just sort of the right balance. I get what you're saying, but you need to be balanced and not go to this extreme of not hating anyone. I know how bad hell is, and I'm glad that child molesters and sodomites are going there. But that's the thing. Even the most evil people can, you know, they can have that same spiritual experience that we have, you know, and they can see the world completely differently. You know, it's as if their entire life and every wrong thing they've ever done flashes before their eyes. I know that certainly happened to me, you know. Andrew Tate is 100% shill. No one's suddenly given that much visibility if they're not. Absolutely, I agree. Absolutely, man. Either he was nicked for people trafficking or he sold out. This is behind his fake conversion. Yeah, exactly. Like, he just came out of nowhere. I never knew who this guy was. He didn't have much of a presence on social media at all. All of a sudden, everybody's talking about him. Everybody knows who he is. And I know for a fact that if you're a genuine political commentator who's going against the mainstream, you're either going to get used for some sort of propaganda campaign, or they're just going to make you disappear. You're certainly not going to be pushed by the algorithms and recommended to everybody, even all the normies, you know, because that would be dangerous. I think it'll be similar to the White fight. You mean the what do you call it? The Fury versus Chisora fight? Yeah, it could be similar. I think White is closer to his prime than Chisora, so I think it might be even more one-sided. God bless Base Boxing Basement. Imagine if Chisora KOs Fury. No, that won't happen, man. If it does, I'll be shocked. If that happens, I'll be very surprised, man. What are your thoughts on Fury Usyk fight? Many saying Usyk has no chance at all. No, Usyk definitely has a chance. Definitely, he can definitely win that fight. The thing is, though, it's going to be a hard fight physically because Fury's so much bigger, so much stronger. And you know, he knows how to spoil on the inside. He can lean. He can also box on the outside if need be. Very dirty. I think if the referee is fair in that fight, then Usyk has a good chance of maybe winning on points. But I don't see him stopping Fury. I think that Fury probably would be able to maul him and smother him inside. And I think if anybody gets stopped, it's Usyk. And Fury could definitely win by stoppage. But I could see both guys winning on points. If it's a fairly officiated fight, I could see Usyk winning on points. But it's a hard fight, man. You know, Fury's got a lot of advantages, and Usyk would have to work very hard to win it, you know. Shout out to Freezing Boxing. Good to see you here, bro. God bless. Big up Nordic. Good to see you live. Yeah, you too, man. Good to see you here. Off topic, but what do you think of the band... The Pogies or the Poi? Sorry, I can't read that. I've never heard of them. Never heard of them at all. What are they all about? You mean a music band? Because I've never heard of them. Fury could stop Chisora at any point during the fight, but let's hope he doesn't carry his old pal Del Boy to a boring decision. I could see him carrying him, and then maybe Chisora getting stopped by the ref or his corner throwing in the towel, something like that. But if Fury wants to take him out early, he can. But I don't know if he wants to. Like I said, like you said just there, you know, Fury could carry him just for old time's sakes, you know. If you want a pastor who is as knowledgeable as Stephen Anderson on the Bible but doesn't yell a lot, look up Pastor Tommy McMurty of Liberty Baptist Church. He's making a documentary about the Temple of the Antichrist. I'll check that out. I'll check that out for sure. I cannot wait to see Manuel Charr enter the ring to call out Tyson Fury as this stage afterwards. Yeah, Charr has a history of doing that. Like, I remember when he called out David Haye to his face. He called out Fury to his face. He called out Klitschko to his face. Like, he has a history of showing up to these fights and imposing himself on these guys. Usyk should be at Fury Chisora 3 and call out Fury after the fight. Yeah, Usyk should do it instead of Charr. Let's see Usyk at the fight call him out. Absolutely. 1 second, guys. I just need to go to the bathroom. I'll be back in a sec. Need a piss, man. All that iron brew. I'm gonna do my bladder in, man. All right, where was I? Okay. German boxing scene was one of the best. Sturm, Bremer, Abraham, Klitschko's, Otke, Stieglitz, all great fighters. Yeah, I miss the old I miss the Germans, you know. I miss the old scene over there, you know. I truly believe you'll enjoy listening to Pastor Tommy McMurtry. He used to fellowship with Anderson, but hasn't in a few years due to some of Anderson's radical followers. He's pretty solid. Yeah, I will definitely check him out. In fact, I may have actually come across him before. If memory serves me right, I think I have seen some of his stuff before. Like, I could be mistaken, though. But I will definitely check out his documentary. Usyk in the first AJ fight was like 96, 98 kilograms and looked great. But against Fury, who knows? Because Fury is damn near 130 kilograms. Yeah, Fury's a lot heavier. You know, walks around like well over 200 pounds, you know. Sorry, well over 300 pounds sometimes, believe it or not. And he sometimes fights at like 270 and whatnot. So, yeah, he's a big man. Very heavy, very strong. Yeah, Usyk's power is good, but Fury's fought bigger punchers than Usyk. You know, he's fought obviously Klitschko, Wilder and whatnot. You know, he's fought heavy-handed guys. I think it's self-defeating to see with hatred, but many people do deserve to die. Yeah. Yeah, it is self-defeating. It doesn't make you feel good, I tell you that. One thing I can guarantee for the Usyk-Fury fight is that it'll 1,000% take place in the Middle East. I don't know about that because, yeah, the Middle East will probably put up a lot of money for it, but at the same time, they could have it in Wembley. You know, they've shown that Fury can sell out a stadium, you know. Not true that even evil people have a chance to get saved or have a spiritual awakening. They're evil because God has rejected them and blotted their names out of the book of life. They're reprobate. You're probably right, man. Who knows? I've listened to the new Slipknot album. Not sure if you like that kind of music. I don't like that kind of music, no. But my girlfriend, she used to be like a big fan of Slipknot. Like, she used to be into that shite. Like, wasn't my thing. I don't think she's into it anymore. But yeah, I was never into that, you know. Dave Allen versus Manwell Chaw. Winner gets a title shot. Dave Allen could probably beat Manwell Chaw now. Like, Chaw could win, don't get me wrong, probably on points, but I wouldn't be surprised if Dave Allen caught him and knocked him out, you know? Wouldn't surprise me one bit. Fury carried Pianetta. It could happen, but at the same time, I think Fury wanted Wilder to underestimate him, and he needed rounds. Not the case now. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I think it's different, though, because obviously Pianetta, you know, that was Fury during his comeback. You know, he still wasn't, like, fully prepared yet. But obviously he's coming off some momentum now, so I don't know. I think for old time's sake, he could carry Chisora, but if he goes in there seeking destroy and wanting to put on a show, then he can stop him in 4 rounds. No doubt about it, man. No doubt about it. He can definitely blow him away early. All the end-time predictions are coming true, and many were inconceivable until recently, especially as regards to technology and one-world scenarios. God bless you. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Bible has prophesied a lot of things we're seeing now, like the mark of the beast and whatnot. All this stuff is prophesied, you know, one world government, you know, mass awakening and stuff like that. It's all in prophecy. It's all in scripture. And people would be very foolish to ignore it, you know. Trevor Bryan and Lucas Brown should fight in an eliminator to see who gets Fury after Chisora. Could you imagine that? Do you know, Trevor Bryan would probably knock Lucas Brown out now. Like, Lucas Brown is that chinny nowadays. But, you know, he's still got power. And Trevor Bryan is relatively chinny himself, so who knows how that would go, you know? Be an interesting one. If Usyk confronts Fury for a call-out, Fury will say, "Behave yourself, Usyk." Yeah, could you imagine that? Yeah, I could see Usyk showing up to the fight and calling him out. I really could. It would be interesting. How do you rate Dorofty and Gregorian, and how do you think they would have done against Floyd, as they were at 135 while he was? I don't know, man. No idea. I need to look at them and come up with an idea, you know. Middle East or UK? I want Fury Usyk to take place in, hopefully not America, at 4 a.m. Yeah, that annoys me, having to stay up till crazy o'clock in the morning to watch fights. I just can't be arsed with it now, you know. It's especially when it turns out to be a shit fight, you know, like Canelo Triple G3. It was a shit fight and a fix, and you know, staying up for that. I ain't got time for that, man. I just ain't got time for it nowadays, you know. Slipknot, the ultimate blue banana band. Yeah, I don't know, man. I've never been into that, you know. I like heavy metal because it hypes me up before working out, but Slipknot is straight garbage. I don't think I've even, like, I can't name off the top of my head any Slipknot songs. Like I said, I know my missus was into that stuff. I was never a fan of Slipknot. I did listen to some, like, rock music growing up, but not for very long. I kind of went through that edgy, you know, teen phase and kind of grew out of it. But yeah, metal music, I'm not into it. It's not my thing. Yeah, it won't happen, man. I don't think. Floyd lost a couple of fights anyway, 50-0, more like 47-3. Yeah, he definitely lost to Pacquiao. He definitely lost to Castillo, and some people thought he lost to De La Hoya also. Fantasy fight: David Titanium Chin Tua versus Lucas Polystyrene Chin Brown. Yeah, Tua would knock out Lucas Brown, prime for prime. Probably in the first round. I'm not even kidding. And I don't even rate Tua, but he was tough. And he could punch, and I don't rate Lucas Brown one bit. He was just a big guy who had a bit of punching power, but don't really rate him. How about Acelino Freitas versus Floyd at 135? Probably Freitas. Probably outboxes him. But then again, Floyd was massive at 135. You know, he was a weight bully there. He was beating people up at that weight. You know. Did you hear about this new Jewish Messiah in Israel? I don't think he's the Antichrist, but he's probably the biggest Antichrist right now over the Pope. I've not looked into it. No, I'll look it up. Jewish Messiah in Israel. I've not heard of it. Is he trying to claim that he's the reincarnation of Jesus or something? Is that what he's trying to claim? No, probably. Well, there's been a lot of prophecy about, the false return of Jesus, isn't there? People saying, imagine if Chisora sparks Fury, are indirectly hyping the fight, whether they know it or not. Chisora's best chance against Fury, or is Fury breaking a leg or an ankle? Yeah, could you imagine if Fury has an aneurysm or has a heart attack in the ring or something, and Chisora beats him? That's all Chisora can hope for, Is what it is, man. Is what it is. But who knows, yeah? No one is good but God. If people turn from their sin, however bad, and accept Jesus as Lord, they can be saved. All sin is sin, and all blood covers all. Yeah, his blood covers all, absolutely. Look, the Bible teaches that nobody is good, all right? Because we're all fallen by our very nature. It's absolutely true. And we can't be saved by our works. We can only be saved by throwing ourselves on the mercy of Jesus. That's the only way we can be saved. Jesus died on the cross. He paid the fine. He died on the cross so we could be saved. Pernell Whitaker or Floyd? I think Pernell Whitaker outboxes Floyd. He beats him at his own game, dodging punches and just outpointing him from the outside. I think he just outboxes him and schools him. He was better at that sort of style. How do you think Gassiev will do at heavyweight? I think Gassiev will do very well at heavyweight, but the problem is Gassiev is injury prone and he's also way too inactive. So he's going to need to get himself some more tune-up fights before going for a big shot at heavyweight, But he's got the power, he's got the chin, he's got the stamina to do it, and he's got the skill to do it. He just needs the experience, You don't get saved by turning from your sins. You get saved by putting your faith in Jesus Christ and believing only he can save you from hell and not your good works. Yeah, exactly. Like I just said, you throw yourself on the mercy of the judge, because none of us are good. We're sinners by our very nature. We're fallen. We are sinners. And, all sin is horrible in the eyes of God. God's moral standard is perfect. The 10 Commandments. So, yeah, you throw yourself on the mercy of God and you repent of your sins. The Bible talks about repentance, being genuinely sorrowful. And, you can't be saved by your own goodness because by God's standard, you're not good. You can only be saved by throwing yourself on the mercy of the judge, and the judge is God. And he is rich in mercy. Chisora by TKO on a leg injury. It would be interesting if Chisora won it. Then you get Chisora versus Usyk 2 for undisputed. Could you imagine it? Man, that'd be funny. It would. Mayweather was always a natural super lightweight and welterweight. I could only imagine the weight cuts he had to do at featherweight and lightweight. Yeah, he probably had the PEDs to do it, though. So he would have made it easier. Imagine a Bellew Price moment where Fury tears his ACL and Chisora gets the stoppage. Yeah, that would be unlikely, but I guess not impossible. What happened to Gassiev? He's been fighting once a year. Yeah, he's been only fighting low-level competition, fighting once a year, like you say. He's apparently had a lot of injuries and stuff, and I'm assuming he has a busy lifestyle away from the sport, Do you think Golovkin can still dominate at 160 well into his 40s? I ask this because I feel the division is thin compared to what it was 7 or 8 years ago. Probably, but I've lost all interest in Golovkin after he threw that fight, So I don't really care what he does, he can retire for all I care. How do you rate Xander Zayas? He's one of the few overhyped top-ranked prospects that has some real potential, not like that clown, or not like that Edgar Berlanga clown. Yeah, Berlanga's overrated, complete hype job. I mean, he barely even beat Steve Rolls. Xander Zayas looks very, very talented at the moment, but we'll need to see how he looks when he steps up. I'll reserve judgment on him, but so far, he looks very good, He really does, man. He's not really put a foot wrong in his career yet. Did you watch Peter McGrail on the Probellum card a few weeks ago? Great boxer. No, I didn't watch that. I don't think I even know who that is, Peter McGrail. Anyone who thinks Mayweather deserves to be undefeated should rewatch Mayweather Maidana 1. Oh, yeah, he lost that fight, clearly. He also lost clearly to Castillo, Pacquiao, and a lot of people thought he lost to De La Hoya. So it's a bogus undefeated record. It's an undefeated record because of corruption and gift decisions, you know. Do you think Usyk would outbox Joyce as easily as he did in the past? Or do you think the fight would be more challenging for Usyk? I think it would be a bit more challenging because Usyk, yeah, he's improved since the fight, but so has Joyce, like significantly. You know, Joyce has gotten bigger, stronger, he's got better stamina. His boxing fundamentals have improved. He's tremendously experienced now. You know, he was pretty much a novice when he fought Usyk. You know, he was an amateur who was kind of learning on the job, whereas Usyk was a lot more experienced, a lot more seasoned than amateur. But since then, Joyce, of course, won his silver medal in the Olympics. You know, he went on to turn pro, and you know he's beaten some tough heavyweight contenders like Joseph Parker and Brian Jennings and guys like that. And he's looked flawed, but he's looked very dangerous. You know, great chin, punches very hard. You know, great engine, good long reach, good jab, good technique, and it'll be a hard fight. I think Usyk can win, but it's a hard fight, man. Good to see you here, John McSmith. God bless. All sin is not sin. The Bible clearly teaches there are sins uncommon to men. There are sins such as sodomy and bestiality, claiming to be God. And claiming to be God. Yeah. Obviously, we judge things by our own standard, but by God's standard, you know, his standard is pure. You know, you have to follow the 10 Commandments, and it's practically impossible to do so because of our nature. So, yeah, you can't be saved by your own goodness. You can only be saved by throwing yourself on the mercy of God, you know. What do you think of Risat Mati? I don't know who that is, man. Never heard of him. Did anyone notice that Plant was punching Darrell much harder than Canelo? Yeah, of course he was. I mean, that seems to be a consistent theme with Canelo, isn't it? People fight him and they don't have any power, but then when they fight someone else, all of a sudden they hit like a mule, you know? It's suspicious. Who's more overrated, Ali or Mayweather? Mayweather, without a doubt. They're both overrated, but Mayweather was a complete fraud, as far as I'm concerned. I think the Mayweather-Cotto fight could have easily gone either way. Yeah, I agree. Cotto had Floyd on the ropes most of that fight, broke his nose, busted him up a bit, hit him to the body. He could have easily won that fight, as far as I'm concerned. I'm sick of hearing that Floyd is TBE. Well, he's not ever. He's not the best ever. No doubt about it. You know, he just said he was the best ever. He's the self-proclaimed best ever. I'd say Ali is the biggest hype job in history of boxing, so him. Mayweather had a lot more skill. I don't know, man. I don't think Mayweather had that much skill at all, to be honest. I think he sucks. I honestly think Joyce stops AJ. You know, at this point, AJ in the state he's in now, I think Joyce could do it. I really do, because he's got the chin, he's got the work rate, and he's got the size. You know, he's stronger, much better stamina, and you know he's got a lot of momentum right now. You know, he's coming off good wins, and you know he showed good form in his recent wins. So I think he would win that. It's baffling that people think all sins are equal when the Bible teaches that quite the contrary. Stealing a pencil is not the same as being a serial killer. Like, I don't think you're saying that all sins are equal. It's just that all sin is sin. You know, thievery is wrong. I mean, it says in the Bible, no liars, no thieves, no blasphemers will inherit the kingdom of God, which is why, of course, Jesus died on the cross so that we could inherit the kingdom of God, you know. So again, I know there's different parameters, there's different levels of sin, but at the same time, it's still sin, isn't it? You know, so self-righteousness doesn't get us anywhere. Oh, are you thinking of doing a video on Ali? So kind of like the one that you did on Jack Johnson. That'd be a good idea. I'd watch it. Yeah, go for it. Floyd isn't even top 50. I agree. Is he even top 100? I don't know. Where's your Mayweather as a pathetic fraud video? Yeah, I might make that. You know, I might. Dmitry Pirog versus Triple G is one of the greatest fights that true boxing fans never got to see. So unfortunate. I was hyped about that at the time, man, when it was set. But yeah, sad what happened to Pirog, man. He could have been great. He really could have. He was great for a while. Rashat Mati was a team prodigy. That's now a pro. He's signed to the Zone. I think he's in his early 20s. I've never heard of him. So, I don't know. We'll see what he does. We'll see. Pirog was very talented, but I think Triple G would have been too much for him. I agree. I think Triple G would have stopped him late, but I think he would have really struggled. I think he might have even been behind prior to the knockout, you know. Rolf Stoneface, good to see you, brother. God bless. We ought to dig a big hole, throw all them dark elves and Argonians in it, and let them tear each other to pieces. You a dark elf lover, get out of our city, you filthy piece of trash. And yeah, and he's a based individual, man. God bless you. Yeah. Ortiz doesn't have 6-pack abs. He's got 8-pack. I mean, yeah, 8-pack abs, man. The Jack Johnson video was a good one. Yeah, bloody Jack Johnson. He was rubbish, man. That was a good video. It was, yeah. The fact people think Jack Johnson was a great fighter, like that's ridiculous, man. What happened to Pirog's back? I don't know. He had a back injury and it ended up ending his career, you know. I don't know much else about that, you know. I'll have to research a bit about Ali first. The Jack Johnson video was off the top of my head, all off the top of my head. Yeah, well, I'll tell you one thing. It was a good video to say it was all off the top of your head. That's the thing. When I do my retrospectives now, I'm trying to do as much research as possible and watch as much clips as possible, you know, just to make sure that I get it properly, you know, because that's what I want to do. You know, I want to make the videos as authentic as I can, you know. Pirog's win over Jacobs has aged really well. Yeah, it has, especially when you consider how impressive a win it was. You know, taking a physically primed Danny Jacobs out that quickly was impressive. It really was, man. Obviously, all sin is bad, and that's why we need to make Jesus our savior. But some people will suffer a greater damnation as a result of their sins if they don't get saved. Reprobates will have it worse, probably, which is why I hope they can't be reprobates. You know, I hope that they can, as you say, trust in Jesus to be their Lord and Savior, and trust in Him as they would trust a parachute. You know. Since we're talking about religion, I'm not religious at all. It doesn't make sense that people can say abortion is a right and it's categorized as healthcare. Abortion is child murder. It's child murder, and anybody who says otherwise should be kneecapped. I'm not even kidding. Like, that's just... I mean, when I hear people say that they're pro-abortion or they don't have an opinion on the matter, those people just... They make me sick to my stomach. It's literally child murder. That's what it is. And anybody trying to excuse it, I'm not interested in even entertaining that, you know. This ain't Bible class. No. Well, I tell you one thing. I'm definitely not qualified to host a Bible class, but hopefully one day I will be. You know, once I get more educated on the subject. You know, Gary Cornish would chin Jack Johnson. He would. He literally would. Flipping Jay McFarlane would knock out Jack Johnson. Flipping Johnny Fisher would knock out Jack Johnson. Giga Char would knock out Jack Johnson. Sonny Edwards would probably knock out Jack Johnson. Jack Johnson versus Apollo Creed. Who wins? Probably Apollo Creed. Like, Carl Weathers could legit beat him, you know. Wasn't the Pirog Jacobs fight prior to his cancer dying? Yeah, it was prior to it. But he was, you know, it was a young, healthy, fit, in shape Jacobs who was favored to win that fight, you know. The wage of all sin is death. One isn't worse than the other in the eyes of God. Look, we could debate this all day, you know. I like to be more educated on the subject first, you know. I reckon I could chin Jack Johnson. You probably could, mate. Most of us probably could. A fetus is not a child, so stop it. Well, I'm going to assume that you're being satirical there because that type of talk is not tolerated here. So I'm going to assume that's a joke. Benefit of the doubt, you know. Sacrificing children on the altar of convenience is one of the best descriptions of abortion I've ever heard. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. You're sacrificing children because you don't want to deal with the inconvenience of facing the responsibility of your actions, your debauchery, so you just flush it basically like it's nothing, like it's a shit, which it's not as a human being. Yeah, please make a video about Jack Johnson being a piece of shit and then make a video about the great Rocky Marciano so you can make the LDBC lose their minds. Yeah, the Rocky Marciano video I've wanted to make for a long time because Rocky Marciano I do feel is underrated. And I think for his era, he doesn't really get the credit that he deserves in terms of his technique because even though he wasn't the most flashy fighter, he wasn't the most athletic, he wasn't the most skilled even, he was a tremendous competitor. He was a guy who could get inside. He knew a lot of moves inside. He was good at slipping punches. And his punching technique was near flawless. He got the most out of his attributes, his short arms, his physical strength, and his power. So I think that Rocky Marciano kind of gets shafted in history. Rocky Marciano, he's one of these guys who I think, people don't really give him a lot of credit because the era that he fought in, a lot of his best wins, the guys were from the previous era and they were kind of aging a bit, like Joe Louis and Walcott and whatnot. But Marciano, the way that he beat those guys, being such impressive knockouts, they were definitely past their prime, but I think he still deserves a bit more credit than he gets for the performance. Pirog would stop Jack Johnson. Yeah, absolutely. No doubt about it. Inside 3 rounds. Yeah, probably the first round. They fear Gigachar, yeah. Gigachar is a badass, man. John L. Sullivan would have mauled Jack shit Johnson. Probably would have. Probably. Not that I've ever seen a single fight of John L. Sullivan, but I don't know, man. He probably would. Loma or Ortiz, your pick and why? I think Loma wins probably by a wide decision. And the reason I say that is because Ortiz is bigger and I'm going to assume he's pretty durable, but he's an unknown commodity. He just hasn't done shit in his career yet. He's just so inexperienced. So I think that the likelihood is Loma will be, he might have some problems early, but I think he'll figure him out. I think he'll win by a wide decision. I wouldn't be surprised by a stoppage, but I think that a wide decision is most likely. Sokolovsky easily beats John Fisher. If he's in shape, I agree, but Sokolovsky tends to take fights on short notice, so maybe Johnny Fisher could get him at the right time. You never know. I think most of us would spark out the Logan brothers. You know what? If you gave us a while to train, we probably could, Thoughts on Jack Dempsey? Very good fighter, very, very powerful, very strong, and very big. He was great for his era. I think Sam Langford would defeat Vitaly Klitschko. You'd have to give him a stepladder. You'd have to give Sam Langford a stepladder and a flipping mallet to be able to have a chance against Vitaly Klitschko, man. Stating facts isn't tolerated. A fetus is a fetus, not a child. So you can F off your... So, look, life begins at conception, right? And it is what it is, as it says in the Bible. Before you were even conceived, I knew you. If you go by historical biblical teachings, life begins at conception. Your DNA is all there, and several weeks into a pregnancy, you already have a heartbeat. So no, it's not a fetus. It's a child. It's a living human being, and to even try to justify murdering a child in the womb, it's just the lowest form of subhuman, as far as I'm concerned. Like the people who would do that. With all the Christian talk, it's interesting as an Albanian Muslim, but we have LGBT as our enemy. Well, yeah, I mean, look, it's going to infiltrate all cultures eventually. All this progressive bullshit, which is why I don't know what can be done about it. I don't really think there is a solution. Again, all this stuff is prophesized, you know. Hulk Hogan would have knocked out Jack Johnson and deliver a speech on taking your vitamins and saying your prayers. Yeah. Take your pills. I mean, vitamins. How was Jack Johnson a piece of shit? Serious question. I don't know anything about it. Well, for one, he was a race baiter. He was a thug. You know, he cherry-picked guys who were half his size and used to hit them on the floor. You know, he cherry-picked little guys and basically showed up to press conferences with white prostitutes just to piss off the media and piss off the public. And he was protected by the establishment too. You know, they allowed him to avoid all serious, genuine heavyweight prospects and contenders and fought mostly lightweights his whole career. And the guy was just a thug. He was seriously, look into Jack Johnson's history and don't go off what the mainstream media says. Actually look into the actual historical accounts about his career. The guy was a degenerate. What you gonna do, brother? The way people hysterically overhype fighters from the past is hilarious. Yeah, and Jack Johnson's a prime example of it, you know. Because Jack Johnson fought welterweights and smaller guys. Yeah, he did. He fought like lightweights for a lot of his title reign, you know. Jack Johnson was a serial wife beater. Oh, the LDBC will love him then, wouldn't they? A guy who ducked every legitimate contender and fought mostly middleweights. He also refused to fight the best blacks, which is hilarious considering the narrative, yeah. He would fight blacks, but only shit blacks, you know. He wouldn't fight any of the good ones. Funny to think that Rocky Marciano had the same reach as Manny Pacquiao. Never again will a heavyweight with a 68-inch reach do what he did. Yeah, the guy was like, what, 5'10", but 68-inch reach. It was crazy, man. Conor Benn even dodged Florian Marco. Yeah, that was too much of a risk for him. Bubble is Jewish mythology, though. Okay, it's not fact. Or do you mean the Bible? Well, on this channel, we respect the Bible because this is a hardcore conservative Christian channel, okay? This is not a channel for progressive retards, you know, who think that there's no God. Life begins in conception. I thought it was from actual scientific research. Yeah, of course it begins at conception, right? You have a heartbeat like just weeks into a pregnancy. Abortion tends to justify reckless behavior. Yeah, it just is. It's a good excuse for being a slut. Basically, that's what it is, man. You know, it's just you don't want to take responsibility for your own choices in life. Yeah, just don't worry, get rid of them. Is what it is. But I tell you one thing: we're all gonna meet our maker one day, and every single sin you've ever committed is gonna bite you in the ass. Put it that way, man. Is what it is. Fetus literally means preborn child. What do you think it's going to be? A dog? Exactly, yeah. It already has your blood. It already has your DNA. You know, it's your child. Here's what it is, man. You know, that child is part of you. You know, it's part of your lineage. You know, it's not just a random assortment of cells. It's a life that was created within you, you know. Marciano was the toughest MF out there. Ezra Charles split his nose in half and he came back to win. Because he's white, people overlook him in history. Marciano and Liston were the two GOATs of the 50s and the 60s. I tell you one thing, that would have been a great fight, Marciano versus Liston. And it's a shame that never happened because Marciano retired just as Liston was starting to come on the scene. So that's a fight that realistically could have happened. That might have been a good fantasy fight to do, you know. I might actually do that. But yeah, Marciano doesn't get a lot of credit, but I think he's a lot better than people say. And Liston was definitely a great fighter too. That would have been an interesting fight, man. Sodom and Gomorrah. Yeah, that's the world we're living in now, man. It resembles Sodom and Gomorrah. Didn't Jack Johnson kidnap someone? So I've heard, you know. That's why abortion is legal. It's not a living, breathing mammal. Instead, it's a fetus. Well, it depends where you go. It's not legal everywhere, you know. It's not legal everywhere. Really, Marciano had freaking T-Rex on. He did. He had very there are flyweight fighters that have the same flipping reach or similar reach as him, you know. Yet he was able to compete at heavyweight, you know. Not only was he able to compete, he was champion and he was undefeated, officially anyway, you know. Who wins, Johnny Fisher or Lucas Brown? Prime for prime, Lucas Brown probably knocks out Johnny Fisher, but if they fought now, I think Johnny Fisher probably could knock him out. Like, Lucas Brown is very fragile. You know, he's got a glass shin. The most based boxing channel in the world. Hallelujah. Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it. God bless. Yeah, a lot of clowns on YouTube praise Jack Johnson and will make it seem as though he was this alpha male that white guys were scared of. The guy that got KO'd. The guy that got KO'd, the trash mauled by Dempsey, says, oh, yeah, Dempsey beat the fuck out of him. So did Willard, man. Yeah, he was garbage. Jack Johnson is a complete fraud, man. No disrespect to the guy. He's obviously been dead for a long time, but he was crap. He was rubbish. I don't rate him one bit. I really don't, man. But it is what it is. A few of the top guys have T-Rex arms. Loma has very short reach, and Josh Taylor has short arms for a 5'10" guy. Might explain his struggles fighting on the outside. Yeah, that might actually explain why those guys seem to do better when they get up on their opponent's chest and work the body, you know? It's actually really impressive the way they do it. And having short arms might help with that, you know? Abortion is now today's birth control. It's disgusting. Girls get an abortion like when they pop Plan B pills. If they knew what they were doing, they'd be in emotional shambles, but they're fooled by the media. Yeah, there's something very demonic, very satanic about abortion. Like, have you ever seen an abortion rally? Like, have you ever seen do you know when they have these pro-abortion rallies, all these chicks that go there, and even some of these guys, and have you seen the type of people that go and the type of things they say? Like, these people are, it's like Abaddon was talking about earlier. These guys genuinely are reprobates, like seriously sick in the head, satanic degenerates, man. Some of these people. I mean, anybody that would try and justify murdering a child, you've got to be a very specific type of person. I mean, look, put it this way, right? Let's say you were in medical school, right, and you were looking to become a doctor, or you were looking for any sort of job in the medical industry, right? You could go down any path, right? You could be any sort of doctor you want. Why on earth would anybody in their right mind choose to perform abortions? Like, how does that career path get put in front of you? Like, why would anybody even entertain and even conceive of the idea of doing that? Like, you would have to have something seriously wrong with you to want murdering children to be your career choice. I mean, just even the very concept of abortion, the fact that somebody in history actually thought about it for the first time, that's actually quite shocking. It's quite scary to think about the fact that it even exists, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, having a child, I mean, even owning a pet, the very thought of just murdering it for no reason because it's an inconvenience to you, it's the same concept, but with a child, it's just so much worse. Like, I don't understand. I can't conceive of it. I can't get my head around it, you know? Even if you weren't a Christian, that just, it doesn't work for me, you know? Got to be a specific type of person to think that way, you know? Here's what it is, man. Here's what it is. If I remember correctly, Marciano called Liston out in a boxing gym, but apparently Liston didn't want the smoke. Who knows if it really happened or not? I don't know, because I'm pretty sure that by the time Marciano retired, like I said, you know, Liston was just coming on the scene. They kind of just missed each other. So I assume that the fight, you know, I assume it just kind of wasn't the right time for it to happen. You know, Marciano probably wasn't interested in competing anymore. And, you know, Liston was kind of maybe just didn't have as much popularity to justify the fight. I don't know. I don't think either one of those guys would have ducked the other. That neither of them seems the type, you know. They seem the type who'd fight anybody, you know. These left-wingers have a problem with me eating eggs because of the environment, but don't have a problem with killing humans in the womb, mate. Don't even get me started on those people, you know, those flipping eco warriors and vegans and shit, and yeah, again, you ask any one of those people what their view is on abortion, and yeah, it's fine, you know, eating
eating a barnacle or an egg or having a piece of toast with butter, that's the equivalent of being a mass murderer. But you can kill a human child up until birth because my body, my choice. Fucking these retards, man. They do my head in. They really do. I wish more boxing channels were based. Yeah, me too, man. I wish there was more people like myself, like Lee and like Triple B, man. I wish there was more of us around. People who just don't give a crap what people think and just speak the truth. Speak from the heart. Say it like it is. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. Beterbiev versus Marciano. I got Beterbiev. I give Marciano a good chance if he could get inside and get Beterbiev to the body, but on the outside, Beterbiev's better boxing fundamentals might give him the advantage, and he might win by knockout. But it's a good fight, man. Good fight. Fun fact: Ebony Bridges is Serbian. Is she really? I didn't know that. I didn't know she was Serbian. You're a parrot repeating what you heard. Repeating from who, though? But both her parents, she said. Oh, both her parents are Serbian. All right, I get it. I didn't know that. Jack Johnson was the last king of Wakanda. Wakanda forever. You are in Wakanda now. Wilder would have been the next if it wasn't for Tyson Fury's white superpowers. Yeah, that was a sad day for the jogger crowd. That one, wasn't it? The black supremacists. They just couldn't get their heads around it. They had to come up with all sorts of excuses, man. I think women know what they're doing. Feminism has what am I saying? I think women know what they're doing. Feminism has brainwashed them so much. They think it's right to murder their own children. And they think being a cum dumpster is empowering. Yeah. You took the words right out of my mouth, man. Ebony Bridges has been gaining some popularity. DAZN been giving her a lot of interviews. I mean, we know why. A lot of men of culture out there, if you know what I mean. I don't think she's... I don't understand it personally. She's kind of ugly, I think. And not only that, how old is she? Like 36, 37, something like that. She's old. And, she's got like... She's really fake looking. She's got tattoos. I'm not into that. I don't find her attractive at all, to be honest. Mixing apples and oranges is weak, and it won't work on me. It's not murder because it's not look, again, if you believe that, it is what it is. But you're gonna die one day, and you're gonna meet your maker, just like we all are. And you can tell the Lord Jesus Christ that they're not, that it's just a fetus. It's not a person. You can have that debate with him. Richard Dawkins isn't going to save you. According to ancient scripture, it was one of the fallen angels who came down to Mount Hermon who taught mankind abortion. Was it now? I'll need to look into that. What are your thoughts on Franco versus Ioka? Going with Ioka. Ioka's underrated, man. Really skilled, in my opinion. Stop clowning yourself. Your insistence on believing abortion is okay says a lot about your... Yeah, I mean, look, I won't even attempt to justify abortion, Rocky Marciano used to punch a 300-pound bag to increase his power. I'm thinking of getting me a 600-pound bag. Yeah, good idea. Then you'll have twice the amount of power he had, isn't it? It's pure evil in primal form, right down to the demonic methods they use and are pushing further for the afterbirth abandonment. Yeah. Of course, look, I mean, you've seen the videos, I'm sure. You know what they do. They chop the arms and legs off and they suck them out through a tube, and here's what it is, man. Yeah, that's my body, my choice, innit? Except it's not your body, it's someone else. Artur Beterbiev is like a Russian version of Marciano with a different style. And I can see the similarities, and he's got some of the same like physical abilities. He definitely has, like strength and power and just raw, heavy hands and persistence, good stamina, toughness, durability. Similar fighters. Beterbiev's boxing skills are incredibly underappreciated. Yeah, he's fundamentally extremely sound, definitely. Also, the guy should have a say in that too. I mean, it's the seed of a man. So actually, that kid growing inside them is from us. If I want to be based about it, well, the guy should have a say. But if the guy's a piece of shit who doesn't want to take care of his kid, then he's just as bad as her. As far as I'm concerned, we need to bring back the concept of the nuclear family. A lot of men out there are promiscuous, and they just, I've met a bunch of them in my time. They have kids to different women, they don't take care of them, and they're just as bad. They contribute to that sort of culture. It's a shame, man. It really is. Oh yeah, definitely. But Turbiev's footwork is badass, man. Like he's got a great balance, if you know what I mean, and that's part of the reason he's able to get such power behind his punches, because he's always in a position to throw a punch. You never see him off balance. You never see him looking limp-wristed and stumbling around the ring. He always looks in great shape. He always looks to have great form in the ring. The Kumas who find Bridges attractive probably get hard of the sight of a plastic bottle. Yeah. The sign of a flipping wank sock, gets them off. I don't find her attractive, not at all. 35 or 36, but she's my kind of woman. I don't know. It must be because I'm still young. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. She doesn't do it for me. Just my personal opinion. I don't have to answer to the God of Israel. Okay, you really are that stupid. You certainly have to answer to your maker. You're going to die one day. You're not going to live forever, dude. And I hope to see you in the kingdom of heaven. I really do. So, yeah, look up your ideas, dude, because you're not going to live forever, Feminists are not brainwashed. They're just losers that want people to be accepting of their disgusting life choices and degeneracy. Well, yeah, definitely. They are. I know a lot of them really are, like you say, reprobates. They want to live a sinful, degenerate lifestyle. They don't want to face the consequences of their actions. It is what it is, and that's what abortion is to these people. But to the people in charge, the people that came up with the concept in the first place, I mean, it's satanic. It's sacrificing children. That's what it is. I mean, look at the headquarters of Planned Parenthood, for example. It's based on or it appears at least to be based on an Aztec pyramid where they used to sacrifice children. There's a lot more behind there's a lot more dark forces behind it than meets the eye. You're not a Nordic when you believe in Semitic religions. I'm not Nordic at all. I've explained the origin of my channel name before. It's nothing to do with my heritage. Beterbiev versus Bivol is a great fight. I lean towards Beterbiev getting a late stoppage, but I wouldn't be surprised at all if it goes the distance. Yeah, I wouldn't either, to be honest. Andrew Tate's sold feminine. Andrew Tate's he's controlled opposition as far as I'm concerned, man. I've seen an ultrasonic video of an embryo being killed. It was screaming because of the pain, and it knew it was dying. Yeah, I've seen stuff like that too, man. It's horrible. It was shocking and disturbing to watch, and I can't watch that stuff anymore. I probably could, but it would just piss me off. So I try not to think about that sort of stuff anymore, But the people who watch that sort of stuff and still try to, still try to defend it, like these abortion advocates, like I was saying earlier in the stream, have you seen how these people behave? Like, have you ever spoken to these people before? I can't even put it into words, the type of people that they are. I mean, they like to dehumanize the child by calling it a fetus and stuff like that and saying it's not human. But if you've seen the way that these people behave, the type of things they say, they are what they claim that child is. Essentially, they're subhuman. They sacrifice their humanity. Sad to say, I don't like to say that type of thing as a Christian, but that's how I feel about it. And I hope that they book up their ideas and sort themselves out. And repent. Beyond me, how guys find plastic tits on a 5 out of 10 face attractive. Yeah, that's another thing. See, breast implants, completely unnatural. Like, how if you were dating a girl, right, and she had breast implants, do you not think this could be the mother of my child? How is she going to feed that child? Like, that child's going to need to be bottle fed. I mean, I don't know how breast implants work, but I'm pretty sure you can't feed a child with those, you know. So, I mean, wouldn't you think about that when you're dating a girl like that? How could you find that attractive? Because the whole thing about finding women attractive psychologically, even if it's just you don't realize it, it's below threshold, but psychologically, being attractive to a woman is thinking about how fertile she is, you know, how she could raise your child. And if she has like literally plastic boobies, you know, plastic tits, she's not going to be able to feed that child, is she? So how could you ever find that attractive? I don't understand it, man. You know, tits are overrated anyway. They don't need to be big. You know, they just need to be functional. You just need to be able to suck them. If you can suck them, then it's all good, man. Doesn't matter how big they are. Beterbiev better fight Bivol soon, otherwise he's going to be in his 40s. Yeah, he's not going to be at his prime much longer because he's aging. You know, he's on the wrong side of 30. He's nearly in his 40s, you know. So it's going to be interesting to see if that fight happens soon or not. Miscarriage equals tragedy trip. Abortion equals not a person, just a fetus. Classic dehumanization. Absolutely. And you know what else? Do you know what else I'd add to that? If you let's say you murder a woman, right, and she's pregnant, well, that's a double murder, right? It's double murder. You'll get more of a harsh sentence. You'll probably get double the time, right? It's a double murder. But if she murders that child, that's not a murder because it's my body, my choice. Fucking retards, man. Honestly, like it's not a fetus. It's a human being, you know. Anyone who says otherwise, it's, you know, you need to really buck up your ideas. You can probably do a series of videos about the styles and athleticism of current boxers and what works for them and what they can improve on. Joe Smith Jr. would be one to talk about that. Do you know what? That's true because Joe Smith Jr. has a lot of great physical attributes, but he doesn't get the most out of those attributes, you know? So, yeah, that would be an interesting one to talk about for sure. Beterbiev Bivol is a fight that hasn't taken place for way too long. They've been belt holders in the same division since 2017, which will make it disappointing if it doesn't happen. Yeah, definitely. I could see maybe the establishment not wanting that fight to happen because both guys are Russian. I know that they don't represent Russia, but they are both Russians, you know, in terms of their nationality. So maybe the establishment doesn't want any one of them to be undisputed, but at the same time, you know, they could use them as assets, you know, controlled opposition. So who knows, man? Maybe it'll happen. The Norse raided Scotland and the UK, so you probably have some Norse in you, probably through rape, no offense. Yeah, that's true. The Vikings from like Norway and places like that, they invaded Scotland many times throughout history. And in fact, a lot of people don't know this, but a lot of villages in Scotland up north actually do have like Viking Nordic festivals, you know, that where they celebrate their Scandinavian heritage, because, like you say, a lot of the Norse did raid Scotland and invade, so there was definitely a lot of breeding, you know, mixed breeding with Celts and whatnot. So you never know. I could have some Norse in me. As far as I'm aware, though, I don't know if that's true. I'm pretty sure my family on my mother's side hails from Dundee, as far back as I'm aware. I don't know about my dad's side. I don't know, but yeah, from my mother's side, I know some of my family lineage, you know. So as far as I'm aware, I don't think there's any Nordic, but there could be. Like I don't know that far back, you know. I don't think we'll see Bivol versus Beterbiev. Hopefully, I'm wrong though. Yeah, we'll see. It's definitely an interesting fight. That's one that I've gone back and forth with on how I think it'd go, you know. There's a lot of dark symbolism going on in the world now. BlackRock, who own everything. Apple, whose symbol is an apple with a bite out of it. But good will always be evil in the end. Yep, when Jesus returns, good will certainly win. Everyone has been ducking Beterbiev for years, and with good reason. No one calls out AB. Yeah, no one seems to be in a rush to fight him, do they? That's for sure, man. That's for sure. I personally have a friend that basically been turned into a male feminist by his woman, and her child used to be driven and successful. Now she's broken him and walks all over him. That's a shame, man. That's a shame. It's horrible to hear, but so is it his child or is it hers though? Like, is he raising her child? Because if so, then that's a bloody shame, man. It really is. What era would you say was the best for boxing? I think this era is the poorest eras of all time. I don't think so. I think that it's better than some eras, but I'd say like the 90s was really strong and the early 2000s, like in most divisions. Like, 1 second. Flipping women, man. Speaking of women, sorry about that, guys. So yeah, there was some important business I had to take care of there. My missus came to remind me that I was about to drink all the iron brew, and she wanted some. So yeah, I had to begrudgingly give her some. So where was I? Yeah, I think like the 90s and the 2000s were a great era for boxing, and right now we've got some like generational talent. So yeah, there's it's hard to say because there's so many different fighters, so many individual talents and standout fighters, so it's hard to say which era is better. There's great fighters in all eras, as far as what we know. Who are the best gatekeepers in the history of boxing? Joe Smith Jr., David Lemieux, and Mickey Ward come to mind. Gatekeepers, Well, yeah, David Lemieux's a good one because he's a guy that on a bad night he could expose you. He'd knock you out. And Mickey Ward obviously was very tough, very durable. Never really won a major title, but again, one of these guys that you don't want to underestimate. I'd say a guy like Glenn Johnson. He's a solid gatekeeper. Maybe someone like. A guy like Ruslan Chagayev, he was a great gatekeeper at heavyweight. Guys that weren't the best, but they always came to win. They were always technically very good. I'd say Kiko Martinez. He's another one. He's similar to that. He's a guy who, he's beatable. He's been beaten a bunch of times, but if you're not good enough and you're not on point mentally, fully prepared, he'll expose you. So there's a lot of good fighters like that. Joe Smith reminds me of Mikhail Kessler. Not quite as good, but they're similar. Yeah, they're fairly similar. He's a big guy, not a whole lot of skill, but very strong, very fundamentally sound, and always got a puncher's chance in any fight. Anyone that's a male feminist is probably a sex offender. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Definitely, without a shadow of a doubt. It's a lot easier. It'll be a lot easier to like Josh Taylor if he beats Catterall in the rematch, which I think he will. We'll see. We'll see what happens in that rematch, if it happens. Is your missus based as well, Nordic? Yeah, she is. In fact, believe it or not, you guys might find this hard to believe. She's actually more based than I am. I actually kind of have to reel her in a bit. She's actually a little bit too based. She's more extreme than I am. Believe it or not. Her child, late teens now. Oh, it's her child, late teens now. Good kid now, but now full-blown LGBT radical feminist, and the rest along with her mother. He used to be a leader, but now he's just along for the ride. It's a bloody shame, man. Hopefully you can find a way to evangelize to him and remind him of his true role as a man, and hopefully he can get her in line and sort his family out, get them to repent and trust in the Lord Jesus Christ. Let's hope so, man. I'll pray for him. God bless him. Yeah, I agree. I think as long as he's in better shape this time, he could well win. I'm not sure about the weight, though. That's the problem. We lost him. There's no saving. Yeah, I hope I hope he can be saved, man. I'll pray for you. I'll pray for your friend. Hopefully, you can just keep him in your heart, keep him in your prayers, and don't give up on him, man. Don't give up on him. He was a leader once. He can become that again. God bless him, and God bless. Lee, we'll see if the excuses were and he had an off night, or if Carroll has completely figured him out. My theory is that Jack had the best night of his life, got robbed, and won't repeat it. Well, I don't see Taylor being any better in the rematch, to be honest, because it's a year later. He's obviously really, really struggling at the weight. He's been struggling at the weight for a couple of years now. So, yeah, he might make some technical improvements, but I don't see him being physically better in the rematch than he was in the first fight. I don't see that at all. So I'll reserve my judgment. We'll see what happens. Good choice. Taylor's a very talented boxer. My favorite modern boxers are probably Kovalev or Beterbiev. AB is probably my favorite fighter to watch currently. Yeah, Kovalev and Beterbiev, like both at their prime, absolutely incredible to watch, man. Kovalev's fights were beautiful to watch, man. Him when he had that run from like the Cleverly fight through to the Pascal fights, like those were elite performances. They were great fights to watch, man. I should tell her to get her own iron brew. No, I'll be in big trouble if I do that, man. I'll be in the doghouse. That's the thing, because I drink way more iron brew than she does, and see if we have like a bottle to share, like a 2 liter. I'll drink like pints at a time, and she'll have like some little glass, and she'll have like one or two glasses, and I always drink more. So she's kind of trying to make sure she gets more of a fair shake. Sometimes I just buy 2 bottles just to make sure she gets some, The worst error was the AJ and Wilder era, which didn't last long. Fortunately, yeah, the fanboy bickering was like the Pacquiao Mayweather fanboy bickering, maybe even worse. Yeah, thankfully that's over. Where was I? I saw some fat pink-haired student wearing a Satan is my bitch t-shirt yesterday. Yeah, that's funny, man. That's funny. I can imagine that. It's crazy, man. Kiko landed a knockdown. Oh, did he now? Did he? I wonder if he'll win it there. So that fight's on now, I see. Yeah, Prime Kovalev was great, man. He really was. You're a lucky man, Nordic. Unfortunately, most women aren't too based. Yeah, most women are not based. Like, most women are just degenerates nowadays because they've been brainwashed. They've been brainwashed by society to be like very masculine and very disrespectful and just horrible people. Most of them are like that now. That's what it is. Like, if I wasn't already in a relationship, like I got in a relationship young, we got together very young when we were both 17. We were both young. We were both, in good shape. We were, kind of carefree and happy-go-lucky types. We had a lot in common, and we both got together very young. We stayed together, thankfully. And I think if I was to do it all again, like if I was single now, I think I'd be single forever. I don't think I'd ever be able to build a long-term relationship with a woman anymore. Like, because women nowadays are just not worth it. They're not worth the drama. They're not worth the hassle. I just couldn't bring myself to do it anymore. Just I don't have that in me anymore. I have Christian friends that said I'm not worthy of God. By God, because I'm Catholic, I got very pissed. We're all God's children. Why are Christians always thinking they're better? I find it very offensive. Well, look, there's different denominations of Christianity, obviously, and everybody can, the teachings, the most fundamental teachings are the same. That Jesus died on the cross for the sin of the world, essentially. So that we can have the free gift of everlasting life. The problem people have with Catholicism is that Catholic churches don't teach proper biblical Orthodox Christianity. That's the problem. It's not that they can't be saved. It's not that they're not worthy. It's nothing like that. And Christians that get self-righteous and judgmental like that, that's not the right way to go about it. The best way to go about it, I think, is to evangelize to those people. To try and remind them of the fundamental biblical teachings of Christianity. It's not about doing your Catholic rituals and stuff like that. It's about truly believing in and trusting in Jesus Christ, and to be your Lord and Savior. And I believe everybody can be saved as long as you repent of your sins and trust in the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Greatest boxers of this era: Loma, Chocolatito, Beterbiev, Kovalev, Triple G, Klitschko's, and Bivol, along with Fury and Usyk. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Second round. Oh, he had the knockdown in the second. Awesome. Anyways, great chatting to you, Nordic. I'm going to go look for a cute Asian girl to flirt with. Take care and God bless. Yeah, God bless you too, brother. It's good to see you here every time, man. You always contribute to the chat, and I love it, man. God bless you. I go to college, and some of the girls here are seriously fruity. I hear a few of them talking about battering someone, or they have unnatural hair, ear piercings everywhere, vile. Yeah, that's disgusting. I can't stand that, man. Like, when I was a kid, there was a bit of that, but it's gotten so much now. Like, see if you hear, when I hear like young girls talking to each other, and the things they talk about and the way they behave, like they're always swearing, they're always really materialistic, and they're just vile, narcissistic degenerates, most of them. And I just think, see, if I was single now, the way I am now, I would have no chance of ever having a relationship. And even when I was young and in shape and a bit more, a bit more into girls like that, like I still wouldn't have been able to do it, because just my personality, the way I am, I like my hobbies, I like my my video games and stuff like that into my boxing, and I don't have enough time to waste on narcissistic, egomaniacal women. I just don't have time for it. So I feel sorry for any young man nowadays. I really do, because it's just, unless you're a complete and utter degenerate who can just emotionally manipulate women, it's hard to develop a proper wholesome relationship. Plus, those women, they would want to have sex outside of marriage, which I won't do. At least not now. I won't do that now, because I don't believe in it. So it will be very difficult to build a relationship like that with a modern woman. It really would. So I'm glad we got together young. I feel like I may be single forever. It's possible, but I wouldn't think too much of it. You're young enough, and you just get yourself in order. Your finances, your hobbies. Focus on yourself, innit? And I'm sure one day you'll find the right woman. It is what it is, but definitely don't let yourself get depressed about it and shit. Because that would be the worst thing to do. There's probably someone out there for everybody. I don't know. Are Christian dating sites a thing? Maybe they are. I've never been on one, but maybe they are. The black nationalists are on suicide watch, with Usyk and Fury being the best heavyweights. Yeah, if we get a white European undisputed heavyweight champion, that would be the icing on the cake, wouldn't it? They wouldn't like that very much. Like imagine going through life being that insecure, though. Those black nationalists are really, they have this massive superiority complex, and they're just so insecure. It's sad. It really is, man. It really is. It's crazy. Do you think Vlad could have beaten Fury in the rematch if it happened? Yes, I think he could have. He just needed to be more aggressive, more assertive, use the jab more, a bit more creative with his lead hand control, and I think he could have beaten Fury. I definitely think he could have. Nordic Warrior, the only true-based Christian channel in the YTBC. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. God bless you. Although I'm not sure I'm the only one. There's likes of Triple B and Lee and guys like that. They call it like it is. But yeah, I'm probably one of the first ones. God bless. Thanks, I appreciate it. Kiko just sparked Gordon Hill. Awesome. Jordan Hill just got sparked by Kiko. Man, Kiko's like a cockroach, isn't he? He just keeps coming back. Doesn't matter how many times you flush him. Keeps coming back, and he keeps winning. God bless him. I don't understand chicks at all, man. I'd rather just play Assassin's Creed and Call of Duty. You know what? It's a lot less hassle. It's a lot less hassle than having to deal with bullshit from women, man. they're just, I know a lot of women nowadays they're just horrible. I don't know. I feel so sorry for any young man who is just like in say their late teens, early 20s, and wants to find a woman to settle down with. I feel sorry for them because there's just it's a difficult culture, man. It really is. Things are changing so much. Had a feeling Kiko would do it. Yeah, you can never write him off fully, man. He's still got a lot of power and a lot of heart, so he could still do it. Detox boxing. I'm in college as well. 90% of the chicks are unbearable, bragging about body counts and shit like that. A lot of degenerates, yeah. Like, I don't know. There's just something I find very off-putting about a lot of women nowadays. Like, maybe it's just because of where I live. Maybe it's not like this everywhere, but very rarely do you come across women who are who you'd actually want to have a conversation with and consider settling down with. Put it that way. Good to see you here, Daz Peace. Daz Pierce. God bless you. Evening, mate. Hope you're good. Yeah, I'm good, man. It's all good. It's all good. Heavyweight division doesn't matter to Americans whenever a non-Ameribum is on top. Yeah, well, when the Klitschko's were ruling things and when there was a solid run of European dominance, they weren't interested, were they? So soon as Wilder got involved and got a belt, then all of a sudden it became important to them, you know? That's what it is. I think Vlad would have won the rematch, dropped him a couple of times. It's definitely possible. I mean, it's not a foregone conclusion, but it's definitely possible. I mean, he hurt him in the 12th round of the first fight, so he did sort of figure him out a bit, so it's definitely possible. I could see it. There's retards out there saying Usyk ducked Wilder. Usyk has never ducked anybody, man. Like, he'd fight Wilder in a heartbeat. You know he would. Boys, chill. Get yourselves down the gym. Start eating right and doing more stuff. You'll meet plenty of women on the way. Take up wild camping. Yeah. I mean, if you were to travel, I guess, and, you know, maybe get yourself a job where there's a lot of women working nearby you, you'd probably meet someone who's not a complete degenerate, you know. For all I know, it could work. But what do I know? I never really I never really participated in the whole dating scene. I kind of skipped over all that because, like I said, me and her got together very young. We were very young when we got together, and we stayed together, you know. So yeah, I didn't like go out on the pole and stuff like that. And I kind of just I was never into all that, you know. I don't think I would have been good at it. Put it that way. I'm kind of socially awkward. Yeah, Kiko Martinez is a badass, man. The fact he's still going strong after all he's been through, it's inspiring, man. He just won't quit, will he? Oh yeah, I'm not actually bothered if I am. Yeah, it's up to you, man. Brack from Talking to My Bro. I don't think that much, even an older Vlad could have had much of a chance against a fit and motivated Fury, but he could have potentially beaten the drug-addicted, obese mess Fury. Yeah, like let's say the Fury during that hiatus he had, like Vlad would have had a better chance of beating him there, no doubt. Usyk could be in a wheelchair and still manage to easily outbox Beyonce. Probably. I'm 41 next time. Finally found a woman where we really like, fancy each other. Problem is, spoken for, not going to do anything stupid, so cursed. Oh, man, that's a shame. I don't know. You'll still find somebody, man. 41's not that old. Not nowadays, anyway. Not for a man, anyway. It's old for a chick. It's not old for a man. Usyk is a fighting man. Yeah, he's a proper fighting man. Usyk could outbox Wilder, but he could also get caught flush with a right hand. AJ caught him a few times. It's not a fight that matters. AJ and Wilder should have fought for the bronze black heavyweight championship. Yeah, they can fight for the LDBC championship. That's what they can do. Hard to find chicks with a body count under 10, especially in college these days, unless you go to church. Yeah. That would be a good shout. If churches have like, I don't know if they do this, but if they do like days where you go out and just talk to your local Christian community, maybe there's chicks there who are single and looking to mingle, you know. I don't know how it works. And like I mentioned earlier, I'm sure there's Christian dating sites out there, and I don't know if those are any good. Maybe you guys could try them if you want. Who knows? I'm the wrong person to be giving relationship advice. I'm no expert on that. I tell you that, man. I'm certainly no expert. Intermittent fasting has done me the world of good. Breakfast is cancelled and lost 1.5 stone. Was becoming a bit of a fat boy until recently. You know, I tried that for a while, intermittent fasting, and it actually did help me a lot. The problem is that I always, for whatever reason, like say on the weekends, I'd end up ruining it because I just eat crap on the weekends, and it kind of made the whole thing pointless. But I need to start doing it again, where I'm basically not eating during the day, not eating while I'm at work, just having my dinner when I come home, and then not eating at nighttime, you know. So because I did lose quite a bit of weight doing it, but my weight kind of ballooned back up when I stopped. So it's a lifetime, a lifestyle choice, a lifestyle change that I need to stick to, you know. So yeah, I would keep trying that if I was you. But I do think about all the fine trim I could have gotten when I was in uni for a short period of time, but it's whatever. Yeah, that's the thing. You think about that, but you know, when you become a born again Christian, that type of thing isn't important. Like to me, that stuff's not important one bit. What's important to me is actually finding a woman who is gonna take care of the children in future. You know, who's gonna be a good mother and who's gonna stand by you no matter what. You know, that's what's more important than just getting pussy. You know. Yeah, listen, I'm an ugly fucker, you know. So you beggars can't be choosers, innit? The money is everything. Materialistic mentality is harmful to everybody, but especially on women who think that only wealth. Sorry, what? I'm losing the plot here. That only very rich men are worthy. Family, friends, and health are much more important. Absolutely. The whole community you have around you, and the longevity of the relationship is important. Her boyfriend caught us gazing, and she probably shot us in the foot by running outside after me during a gig interval, being kept apart now. Yeah, that's a shame, man. It really is. I feel nauseous if I don't have breakfast. Yeah, see, that's the thing. You get used to having breakfast. Like if you have breakfast every single day, your body's going to crave breakfast because you're going to be used to it. But see, if you stop eating breakfast for a while and just don't eat during the day at all, it becomes second nature to you. You'll end up getting hungry only when you usually eat. You know, it's about getting into the routine. But if eating breakfast works for you, that's good. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying that intermittent fasting works for a lot of people, and I think it works for me. And like Pierce was saying, I think it works for him too. You know, it definitely works for me. I know that for a fact. Just eat a calorie deficit. Yeah, eating a calorie deficit, and you're more or less guaranteed to lose weight. You know, long as you're not eating like refined sugar and just eating rubbish. It's better to eat natural, organic food. You know. Women don't like 5'6" autistic neats, so I'm in a difficult position. Roids plus prostitutes is my best shot. Oh man, I know how you feel. Look, I'm about the same height as you. I'm socially awkward and I'm very ugly. So I'd have no chance nowadays of going on dates and shit. I ain't got time for it neither. Ain't got time for it. You know. What are some fantasy matchups that don't get talked about? The casuals seem to only talk about Ali versus Tyson. I'm sick of hearing about Ali versus Tyson. Even the people at my work were talking about Ali versus Tyson. I'm like, come on, man. Like, see when you're a hardcore boxing fan and you hear casuals talking about Ali and Tyson, it's kind of annoying, but it's funny at the same time. But yeah, there's fantasy matchups that I've spoke about on my fantasy fight series, which I think are ones that a lot of people don't talk about, some kind of obscure ones. There's a lot of them out there, you know. Like Roy Jones versus Mikucheski, for example, you know, Hay versus Usyk, you know, a lot of fun ones I like to talk about. For years, I've been trying to get in shape, but I still live with my mother, and she makes killer food, nearly 100 kilograms at the beginning of the year. Now I'm about 78, 79 kilograms. Yeah, that's the thing. Living with women's definitely hard for losing weight because of the food. Yeah, like I used to live with my gran, and she used to flipping order takeaways all the time. Like I'd come in from the gym, and she'd have ordered a takeaway, and would expect me to eat it and shit. So it's just it's similar with my missus too. You know, she likes to make nice food like fried chicken and shit, and I end up losing the will to say no. You know, women like to keep us fat. I think they like to keep us fed. It's just a thing, a pathological need they have to feed us. You know. Eating breakfast helps your metabolism throughout the day more than eating later most of the time. Yeah, for a lot of people, but I think everybody's different though. So some people react differently to intermittent fasting, you know. Roid rage. I had hemorrhoids. I'd be angry too. yeah. They'd make me angry. They would. Canelo versus Quaggy is intriguing. Yeah, Jorge Quaggy. He was the original Canelo, wasn't he, man? That is some belting weight loss, to be fair. That is a lot of weight loss. It certainly is. Must have stuck to his routine, you know, his diet and whatnot. Hopkins versus Tony, great fight. I'd actually go with Hopkins in that fight, but I think it'd be very competitive. Just like he was the better athlete and he was more consistent, even though Tony was usually more skilled. But it's a good fight. I'd go with Hopkins on points in a very close fight. Maybe some people would think that Tony should have won, like that type of fight, you know. I used to eat very clean, but after getting injured, I was unable to train. I've been eating a lot of junk food lately. Yeah, and my weight balloons up and down, and it's a constant struggle. Like my whole adult life, it's been a struggle, you know. Yeah, I'm about the same height. I'm not socially awkward, thank God. Just hate people. Yeah, no, I'm very socially awkward. I am. Like I get really nervous, and I'm one of these people when I'm around people I know, I can talk, but when I'm around people I don't know, I kind of go into my shell, you know. And when I'm around women in particular, I just don't have anything. I don't have anything in common with them, if you know what I mean. I've got nothing to talk about with them. Is what it is. Not anymore, anyway. When I was younger, I could talk to them. Nowadays, I just ain't got nothing interesting to say. Is what it is. Dempsey, Lewis, Usyk, Hay, Klitschko, Bo. Those matchups would be great. Yeah, they're interesting matchups actually. I mean, Lewis probably be too big for Dempsey, but Usyk versus Hayes a great one. I did a video on that, and Klitschko versus Bo would be interesting too, without a doubt. I'd favour Klitschko, but it'd be a great fight, and it'd be an interesting one. I'd love to hear your conversations with the boxing casuals at your workplace. Bet you get fed up with them real fast, dude. You've no idea. Like, see, listening to like an old guy talk about how Muhammad Ali would probably school the modern day heavyweights and shit, and he'd be too much for Tyson. Like, it does kind of piss me off a bit, but I have to reel myself in because I have to remember, listen, if I react here, I could get the sack, you know? So I've got to be careful. Does Jake Paul win? I could care less about Jake Paul and his career. Could care less about it. He's a fraud, in my opinion, Jake Paul. Tommy Morrison versus AJ. I would favour AJ in that fight. I think Tommy's lack of stamina and his reckless style would get him knocked out. But at the same time, I give Tommy a good puncher's chance. Like if he could catch AJ with like a big uppercut or a left hook in the early rounds, he could knock him out. But I would favour AJ down the stretch. I think he's the better boxer and the better athlete of the two. Tony was a great fighter, although I'm not too fond of his trunks in the 90s. Yeah, Tony was a great fighter, but he was very inconsistent, you know, wasn't always in his best shape. Not too fond, yeah. When I lose weight, I lose it like a motherfucker. Yeah, you lose a lot of weight quickly, I guess. I lost a lot of weight at the back end of last year. And the reason why is because, for one, I took things more seriously, but also I got quite sick and I lost my appetite for weeks and I lost a lot of weight. But sadly, over Christmas, I put it all back on, you know, is what it is. Is what it is. Duran Tony at 160 would be great. Also, Duran, Chavez, Whitaker. I think Tony would be a bit too big for Duran. I think he'd beat him by a wide points decision. Duran versus Chavez, I'd go with Duran, just the technically better fighter. I think he'd just outwork Whittaker and win on points. I think Jack Dempsey would beat up Joe Louis. Might be the fanboy in me talking, but I think he'd move his head off the line and get inside and beat Louis with short hooks. It's definitely possible. Joe Louis could knock him out on the way in, but I think if like you say, if Jack Dempsey was able to get off the line and get inside, he could kind of do what Max Schmeling did to Louis and beat him up on the inside and stop him. I could definitely see it happening. Calzaghe versus Ward in the UK with a strong ref. Ward gets disqualified or Calzaghe wins on points. That's the only way I could see those fights going if it was in the UK with a strong ref. Hay versus Morrison. I go with Hay. I think Hay would knock Morrison out. But like I said, Morrison has a puncher's chance. He could catch him and knock him out because David Hay didn't have a great chin. But David Hay, too fast, too accurate, in my opinion. He'd knock him out, I think, early. Do you watch any MMA? Hardly any. Like I occasionally I watch big fights, but if there's some on TV or whatever, but hardly ever. AJ would be too big or too strong for the Ali and Fraser era. I agree he would. Sven Ottke versus Chris Eubank in Germany. Sven Ottke would win every single round, in my opinion, and win by a wide unanimous decision. That's how I see it. Usyk versus Povetkin. I go with Usyk by a close unanimous decision, but he would have some problems here and there. Oh, I know, mate. Trust me. I get the lack of common ground with them nowadays. But, bro, you've got plenty of interesting to say, but we're men. We're shit when put on the spot. Yeah, exactly. Look, me. You put me in front of some, like, really attractive woman, and I'd probably say something really stupid, put it that way. It's something really dumb that would probably offend her. And I'd probably get, like, really, they'd probably turn their nose up at me. Like, they'd just be disgusted by the things I have to say, you know? Calzaghe would absolutely school Ward at 168 or 175 if he wasn't allowed to headbutt, elbow, and low blow. Absolutely. And, you know, I think Ward would probably try and cheat and he'd probably get disqualified, you know, or he would just lose a wide decision and I could see point deductions. It would probably be similar to the Kabari-Salem fight, except I don't think that Ward would drop Calzaghe like Salem did. I think he would just spoil and smother him a bit and Calzaghe would win on points or win by DQ, but most likely on points, you know. In Germany. Yeah, if it's in Germany, it will be more fair. Lost 20 pounds and a jean size as a result going, yeah, awesome, man. Keep it up. Hopefully you can have, you can have yourself like a prime Vladimir Klitschko physique, man, one day. That'll be awesome. Yeah, it's good. It's good, man. When you get your health under control, it's a good feeling, man. It really is. God bless. Yeah, Usyk versus Povetkin would be awesome. That's a great fight, man. Two very technically skilled fighters. AJ's a better fighter than Tommy, but I could see AJ getting overzealous as he did against Ruiz, wanting to prove his superiority over the White Hope and getting caught with a big left hook. I could see that happening. I don't think it would be very likely, but it's definitely not beyond the realms of possibility. It's possible. Definitely, I could see it happening. One of the Kovalev fights I rewatched recently was the first Ward fight, and there's no doubt in my mind that Kovalev was robbed. Yeah, Kovalev schooled Ward. He won easily. Wasn't even close or competitive. Most of Ward's work was illegal. Kovalev schooled him. George Groves versus Billy Joe Saunders at 168. I go with Groves on points. I think he outpoints him from behind a jab from long range, wins on points. I like both Klitschko brothers, but I think Vitali is somewhat better. Like he did with Lewis, he never gave up. Didn't want the ref to stop the fight. A real warrior. Yeah, that's true. Which is weird because he gave up against Chris Bird, but he didn't give up against Lewis, which was a fight where he got badly cut and hurt. But, you know, Lewis was gassing and Vitali was coming on strong. I think he would have won that fight if they'd let it go on. And he is a warrior, no doubt. Ward versus Beterbiev, the one that got away. Man, Beterbiev would absolutely batter Ward. He'd stop him probably in the mid-rounds, I think. Stylistically, that's a terrible fight for Ward. Beterbiev wouldn't have beaten Kovalev, I don't think, prime for prime, but stylistically, I think he would have done a better job against Ward due to his physical strength and his better inside fighting ability. I think when you compare older heavyweights to modern ones, you have to factor in that these old era guys would be bigger with modern nutrition and more athletic with modern sports medicine. That's true. Every era of boxing progresses in that sense. You get better training techniques, better nutrition, better drugs, better techniques that improve. You learn from the past. So, yeah, it's definitely different eras, Got to go. Thanks for the stream. Have a good rest of the weekend. You too, man. God bless you. Thanks for stopping by. God bless. I agree. Beterbiev would destroy Ward. Yep, absolutely. I do. I'm quite emotionally intelligent for a guy. Trouble is, women all want to be my friend as a result. Loads of friend zone lady friend. Yeah, that's happened to me before when I was a kid too, man. Like when I was young, like teenager, and that happened to me quite a bit. The Ward repeated punch in the Ghoulies was a horror show. 15 unanswered in the nuts. Yeah, it was disgusting, man. And his personal friend as the referee was a disgrace, that fight, man. It really was. The second Ward fight was disgusting. A perfect example of how corrupt the sport is. It certainly was. It was a disgrace. I mean, both fights were, but especially the second one. I didn't expect that, man. Like to be that blatantly corrupt to the point where like they just don't even care. They don't even care if they get caught, Ward would win by cheating. Ward would by cheating, so he still won. Maybe. I rewatched the Kovalev-Ward fight, and I only gave Ward like 2 rounds. I struggled to give him 1 round. Kovalev scored a knockdown, and they still gave it to Ward. Yeah. Disgrace. Kovalev landed more punches, landed better punches, scored a knockdown, did more damage, had the better defense, had a higher work rate. He won the fight very clearly under every scoring criteria. Natural size is dependent on genetics. Ali or Foreman could not be 6'6" and 245 pounds ripped like Vlad was. With modern nutrition, their natural in-shape size is below 230. That's true. Vlad would be too strong, too big, too skilled for them, in my opinion. He would blow them away easily. I think Callum Smith beats Beterbiev and Bivol. I disagree. I disagree strongly. It's not completely impossible. It certainly is possible, but I don't see it happening personally, man. It is what it is. How do you think the heavyweight greats would do against the top heavyweights of today? Like, it depends what you mean by heavyweight greats. Do you mean Ali and Tyson and whatnot? I've kind of explained that already. I think against, like, say, the Klitschko's and, the big guys of the modern era, I don't think they do that well, personally. I just don't see it. But that's just my opinion. You ask most of the normies and they'll say nobody could touch Muhammad Ali, and Mike Tyson in the 80s would knock everybody out in the first round. That's what the normies say, but I disagree. But it is what it is. I could see Callum beating Bivol if he fights instead of boxes, but I don't think he'd beat Beterbiev. Personally, I don't think he beats either. I've never rated Callum Smith. I know he's looked good at light heavyweight so far, but, he hasn't shown any consistency over 12 rounds at the weight, has he? So I don't see it, man. Andre Ward loses to Calzaghe in the UK, takes on Matthew Barney in a comeback fight, double DQ, Ward for butting Barney for holding. Yeah, could you imagine that, man? That would be like Ward taking on Paul Smith, isn't it? To be fair, Callum Smith is looking really good at light heavyweight, but not good enough to beat the champions. I agree. Callum Smith can be easily outboxed. If you look at his fights against Blackledge and Skoglund and guys like that, he's easy to outbox if you've got some boxing fundamentals. I think Bivol would school him. I think Beterbiev would destroy him, personally. That's just how I see it. Mike Tyson's up there as one of the most overrated fighters. He definitely is. There's people that go way too far with Tyson, man, that think he would just beat anybody, and they kind of write off all his losses as being, oh, well, he was past his prime. But was he really? Or did people just figure him out? And did they stop laying down for him? Is that what happened? Because it could be, as far as I'm concerned, man. Callum Smith is very hot and cold. Yeah, he is. So some performances he looks great, other performances he doesn't, you know. I think Fury and Usyk would be every single 20th century heavyweight. Only guys who could beat Fury and Usyk are the prime Klitschko's. Well, there's other guys who I'd give a puncher's chance, but I would favour. There's nobody I'd be like definitively favouring over them. You know, I'd agree there. What did you think of Steve Collins? Do you give him any more than a puncher's chance against Roy Jones Jr.? Although I'd favour Roy, I'd give Collins a good chance, who was very tough and durable, to maybe break him down and stop him late. I'm not saying that would happen, but it's definitely a possibility because Collins was very tough and he was very strong and he had good stamina. He was defensively good. He had a lot of heart and he was a bit more fundamentally sound. So I would have given him a chance. I don't think he would have won it, but I'd have given him a chance, put it that way. Beterbiev had a highly competitive trilogy with Usyk in the amateurs. He's the best light heavyweight of all time. Best light heavyweight of all time? I don't know about that, but he's definitely one of the best right now. Like he could be the best right now, without a doubt. And I give him a good chance, a good solid puncher's chance against any light heavyweight in history, you know. Carl Froch is too big and too strong for Gage. Well, he was too big and too strong for Triple G, wasn't he? But he wasn't too big and too strong for Groves, you know, or Jermaine Taylor. Lennox would give just about everybody problems and beat most. Yeah, Lennox was a difficult guy to beat. I mean, he wasn't the best heavyweight. He did have a questionable chin, but when he was on form, you know, his jab was fantastic. He was very strong. His physicality was very good. He was very powerful, and he had good boxing fundamentals. He was a hard man to beat, a difficult guy to figure out in the ring, you know. Tyson had 90% of his wins in the bag before the first bell, probably 6-5 against fighters who fought to win. Yeah, probably. I mean, he definitely had a lot of fixed fights early on. A lot of guys laid down for him, you know. It was clear to see if you looked at it. At least it is to me. Maybe Lennox too. He would have had a chance. Yeah, Lennox would have had a chance. He would have. Lennox had the power to knock anybody out if he caught them clean. Who had a better chin, Lennox or Vlad? I'd say Vlad slightly. Vlad never got like knocked out cold with one punch. That happened to Lennox twice, and not against the biggest punchers either. So I'd say Vlad had the better chin. Froch wasn't too big, too strong for Charles Adamu. Yeah, or Matthew Barney. Lennox had an off switch on his chin. Vlad didn't, but he was harder to drop than Vlad. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, though. The problem is, though, I've never seen Vlad, like, knocked out cold, but I've seen him dropped and hurt. Like, he always got back up, and he always kept trying to fight. Like, Lennox, on the other hand, we saw him absolutely sparked by Oliver McCall and Hazeem Rahman. You know, those two, they're big punchers, but they're not the biggest punchers at heavyweight history, and they sparked Lennox. So he was definitely beatable. Definitely was. Daz makes a good point. It's similar to what I said about AJ and Wilder and 3-3 being 3-2-1 in real fights. Fights where the other guy came to win and had some chance. Yeah, definitely. Did you know Carl Froch boxed at Wembley in front of 80k? Do you know, I may have heard that somewhere. I think he may have mentioned it once or twice. He may have mentioned it sometime down the line. Charles Adamu was a hard bastard. Ripped the Commonwealth belt off Barney. Froch on points, was winning that with 4 rounds. Like, yeah, that was a very close fight. Could have gone either way. And he was a tough guy. I remember when Groves took him out. And like when I heard about that and I seen it on YouTube and all that, I thought Groves was gonna go far, man. That performance against Adamu was very impressive at that stage of his career. Mike Tyson completely lost his head movement, speed, and skill after he left Kevin Rooney and Jacobs for Don King. That was after his undisputed fight with Spinks. I think Mike from 88-89 could give any top heavyweights the toughest fight of their career or beat them. Now, I give him a puncher's chance, but I don't think he would have beaten the Klitschko's, personally. I think they would have outworked him and outboxed him and figured him out and stopped him late, most likely. They were just better technicians as far as I'm concerned. Only guy who did a job on Adamo was Groves, yeah, and that impressed me. That did at that stage of his career. Then he got decked in the 8th or 9th, didn't he? Yeah, he got knocked down, but he went the distance. Lennox had a decent chin, but got caught with perfect punches when he was KO'd. Vladimir was never KO'd properly, only scrappy TKOs with multiple punches. Yeah, Vladimir always got up and kept trying to fight. He never quit. The only time where it was where he didn't get up, and to me it was under dubious circumstances, was the Lamont Brewster fight, where I think he was probably drugged. But I don't know. I don't have any proof of that, How do you believe Bernard Hopkins would have done against the likes of Nigel Benn, Chris Eubanks, Steve Collins, and Michael Watson? They would have been hard fights, but I think Hopkins might have been wily enough and experienced enough to figure them out. I'd probably favour him to beat them all on points. I don't think he stops them, but I think he wins on points. True, and the guys who chin Lennox aren't exactly top tier. Yeah, I mean, top tier fighters, Oliver McCall and Hazim Rahman are not elite fighters. They're just big punchers and tough guys, I think Lennox versus Fury is close, depending on what version of Fury it is. Yeah, Lennox could knock Fury out. He's got the power, he's got the strength, and he's got the skill, but Fury also is bigger. He's also extremely strong, and he's probably quicker on his feet and got quicker hands. He might be able to outbox him. Very close competitive fight. I probably slightly favour Fury in that fight. Lennox's boxing ability was overrated. 6'1" Mercer went 50-50. Bruno out-jabbed him prior to gassing. Vitali was well ahead, and even a greenhorn and Ratman was going 50-50 before he sparked Lennox. That's true. Lennox did get outboxed at times, and that Ray Mercer fight was very close. So some people even thought he lost it. So yeah, let's not act as if Lennox couldn't be outboxed. He certainly could. No doubt about it. I don't think he was as technically skilled as Vlad, put it that way. Between them, Don King and Robin Givens messed up Tyson's career, bled him dry. Didn't Givens' mother clean out Tyson's pension? I don't know about that. I haven't looked in that at all, man. I rate Tyson highly, personally. Not unbeatable, of course, but at his best, he could give you a great fight. His skills are not easy to learn. Yeah, he was very dangerous in the early rounds, and he would have always had a puncher's chance. Very pleased for Kiko Martinez. Great performance. Yeah, man, I heard he won by knockout. That's awesome, man. Like I was saying earlier in the stream, Kiko Martinez is like a cockroach. He just keeps coming back. You could keep flushing, but he'll crawl back, and you just can't stop him, man. Like that dude is. We were talking earlier on here about how certain fighters are. What was the term he used? Fighters who are gatekeepers. Who's the best gatekeeper? And I used Kiko Martinez as one of the examples of that, because he's the perfect example of a great gatekeeper, a guy he's never the best fighter, he's never going to beat the elites, but he's so dangerous, and he's a great trial horse, and if you're not prepared, if you don't have it, he'll beat you. And if you're having an off night, or if you're not fully motivated or prepared, he'll beat you. He's that type of guy. He's such a great gatekeeper and like a really high level journeyman, and a true credit to the sport. Here's what it is, man. Really is. LeBron James versus Tom Brady. Who wins? I don't know, man. I don't follow those sports. Who wins, Vitali or Fury? I favour Vitali. Probably on points, maybe a late stoppage. I think that he would have figured Fury out. He was the better athlete of the two, a bit technically better. Fury would have his success, but I don't think he would beat a prime Vitali. Prime Vitali, like when he had his like full athleticism, he was a lot better in my personal opinion. With some of the same attributes, but a lot better. Tyson's best skill at his peak was actually that peekaboo defense. Fell in love with his power like Naz did, and neglected the tool that brought his power into play. Yeah, that's a good example. Like Naz thought he could just blow everybody away with that hands down style, but eventually that was always going to get figured out. Yeah, Kiko's a legend. Yeah, absolutely, bro. Absolutely. God bless him. Like we were saying, a great gatekeeper. Great journeyman. Looking past resume and accomplishments and just following the eye test, looking at attributes, in my opinion, I say Vitali was the best heavyweight ever. I can definitely see that. He's definitely one of the best, no doubt about it. Stewart said that Vlad was more athletic, fundamentally skilled, naturally bigger, and more experienced, more intelligent, and more powerful than Lewis. But Lewis was more versatile. Yeah, that makes sense to me because Vlad was more robotic. But it was a good thing, if you know what I mean. Like because if you could get him to stick to his game plan and just keep boxing behind the jab, and just keep doing what he does and sticking to the fundamentals, he was so hard to beat. But I get what you mean. Lewis was a little bit more of a fighter in that sense, a little bit more versatile, you know. But yeah, Vlad was the better fighter and the better athlete by far. Frank Bruno actually had Lewis hurt just before Lewis stopped it. Yeah. Lewis. Some people thought that was a lucky punch from Lewis, you know. So some people say it. Tyson wasn't just big swinging one puncher like George Foreman, whose style was easy to figure out. Yeah, Tyson was more the Customato style, you know, bob and weave, get on the inside, make you reach, and then jump up with big power punches. But takes a lot of stamina and a lot of aggression, you know, a lot of strength to fight like that. And a lot of modern heavyweights like the Klitschko's, who had a good like clinch game and, you know, knew how to establish distance, I think they would have taken him apart personally. That's just how I see it. I think Bruno thought he had Lewis slightly more hurt than he actually did. Yeah, he could have kind of played possum a bit and suckered him in. Maybe I should round up some men, take a few prisoners. Yeah. You a dark elf lover? Get out of our city, you filthy piece of trash. I know the fight you're looking forward to most is that, and that's Ricky Hatton's comeback. Yeah, for the fans. I'm doing it for the fans. Me aggressiveness, me body punching. You get to see me pound for pound skill and me Floyd Mayweather and me Manny Pacquiao. I'm not having me Christmas spoiled. I'm going to beat Marco Antonio Barrera, and I'm going to do it for the fans. The fans who had problems during lockdown and COVID-19. Fucking Ricky Hatton, man. It's not as if I spend enough time down the pub. Doing it for the fans. Me aggressiveness and me body punching. Yeah, your profile pic, one of my favorite movies ever. Yeah, B movie. I love that film, man. It's funny. You guys ever seen B movie? It's funny. Barry B. Benson. That's my picture. Based Barry B. Benson. Lennox Lewis. Unpopular opinion. YouTube boxing kind of saved boxing. Even Mike Tyson. It kind of saved boxing. What do you mean, though, by it saved boxing? Lewis was out of shape. I don't know. Was he out of shape? Maybe against Rackman he was. Is Ricky Hatton coming back again? Hope he brings his body punching with him. Yeah, I want to see like vintage Ricky Hatton. I want to see me body punching. I want to see me WBU world title. I want to see all that stuff. Where's Ricky Hatton tucking? Who's he tucking into bed tonight? Anthony Joshua, if he's in bed with his missus. If I found him in bed with me missus, I'll tuck him in. What's going on with Ricky Hatton's comeback? Yeah, I don't know. Is that even still happening? Is he still fighting? Is he still fighting Barrera? I don't know, man. Is he? Hatton was winning a good back, man. Yeah, before I got knocked out by Pacquiao, I was ahead by a country mile. I mean, he got knocked down twice in one round, then he got knocked out in the second, but somehow in his head, however he figured it out, you know, he was ahead by a country mile. You know, worked that one out. No, he was out of shape against Vitali. I don't think he was. He was heavy, but I don't think he was out of shape. He looked in pretty good shape to me. Plus, Vitali had a 2-week training camp, doesn't he? Current Ricky probably beats Campbell. He probably does, you know. Little fat Ricky Hatton could probably beat his son's ass, you know. Vitali had studied Lewis for years. You sound like Hatman now. He likes to say that. Lewis was a big favourite and thought Vitali was hyped like Galata, not fully mentally or physically prepared, and possibly not in athletic prime, in fairness. Yeah, true. But I still think Vitali was the better fighter of the two. I'm sure Hatton's tired of tucking Gage into bed. Yeah, I wouldn't tuck Gage into bed. I'd show him me aggressiveness in me body punching, and I'd take him out if he was in bed with my missus. I tell you that. But my missus wouldn't sleep with a black man. I tell you that. Failing to beat Lewis was an absolute stain on the Klitschko era. Vlad would have had a far better chance of bombing Lewis out. Yeah, I think if you've seen Vlad when he fought Chris Bird, for example, I think that version of Vlad, where he was sort of an aggressive counterpuncher and cutting off the ring with his proper boxing fundamentals, that was before the, that was the Fritz Sudenek Vlad. That was before the Emmanuel Stewart jab, jab, grab Vlad. I think that version of Vlad would have knocked out. He would have knocked out Lennox. I think that version of Vlad would have had a better chance against Lennox than say the later Vlad from the latter part of his career, because that version of Vlad was so much more aggressive, so much more athletic. Like he wasn't as timid, Like seriously, everyone should watch that fight, the Vlad versus Chris Bird, the first fight. That was a great performance, and there was no like jab jab grab BS. That was a great fight. Great performance, anyway. Where was I? I heard Ricky tucked Warwick Davis in with his missus. If I found Warwick Davis in bed with me missus, I took him in. Yeah, Warwick Davis, who uses balls as a speed bag, man, he would. You're right to disagree. They should have Warwick Davis do commentary on boxing. That'd be funny. Miss Granger has done it. Wingardium Leviosa. The Hatman cope, yeah. Hatman, I'm not a fan, man. Is Campbell Hatton going to fight someone with a pulse soon? I doubt it very much. Man. I really do. I can see him in the Paul Scrap, Iron Ryan treatment in the not so distant. Yeah, I don't see him having any real fights. He'll have a bunch of easy sparring sessions before they take any risks with him. Wouldn't even be surprised if he retires, Well, that was based, yeah. Everything I do is based, man. Everything I say is based. I'm like, I'm like based Barry B. Benson, I'm almost as based as Barry B. Benson, Yeah, based indeed. Fatali was harder to beat than Lewis generally, at least by the second tier, because he had an iron chin, but he was also injury prone, unfortunately. He definitely, his shoulder was a problem. Just like in the Chris Bird fight, he was beating Chris Bird. He was winning it easily, but shoulder injury ruined it for him. And he had that paper-thin skin where he got cut, And that was what cost him the Lewis fight, Coogan devil touches. Yeah, Coogan's a weirdo, isn't he, man? He's a weirdo, that guy. I'm only seeing that Warwick Davis comment now, yeah. You're right to disagree. Could you imagine him commentating on boxing? It'd be funny, man. Wingardium Leviosa. If I found him in my bed with me missus, I'd tuck him in. My mate's in a house share, and apparently a black lady there fancies me. She's miserable and awkward apart from when I show up. Never found black ladies attractive myself. Well, you're not an oil driller, are you? You're not Caleb Plant, and you're not Sonny Edwards, If I had more agency, I would make YouTube videos exposing some of Hatman's hypocrisy, cut together clips of him contradicting himself. Do you know, it's funny you should say that, Smooth Critical, because I tried something recently in regards to Hatman. Do you know what I did? I seen a video, a clip of one of his recent videos. I didn't watch the whole thing, but in the clip of his recent videos, he was trying to say, it was about Wilder and the Hellenius thing, right? And he was like saying, fighters do take dives, but it doesn't happen in big fights, basically. He was saying that the only time fighters take dives is basically when they're journeymen who just are there for a payday, essentially, right? So he was trying to say that the people who say that Wilder's fights are dives are basically idiots, right? Conspiracy theories, dummies. That was what he was alluding to. Well, I remember, and you might remember this too, when Wilder fought Malik Scott, Hatman made a series of videos where he came out and he he actually did a film study on that fight, and he said it was a clear dive. Like, I don't know if you'll remember that, but he actually showed it in, I think he showed in slow motion. He showed clips of it and pictures, and he definitively proved that fight was a dive, and he strongly like protested anybody who was saying that fight was real. I remember this. So what I did was I went on his channel and I tried to find those videos, and they're all gone. So what happened to those videos? Like, did Hatman actually go back and delete the videos that he made about Wilder? Because it's interesting, because I remember there was a big sort of drama because Hatman apparently responded to Dwyer, who was trying to say, Dwyer was one of the only people in the YTBC at the time who was trying to say that was a real fight, and people got pissed off because they thought Hatman was trying to take the piss out of Dwyer, or he was trying to throw his name under the bus or whatever in some of his videos. So I was trying to find those videos, because I remember very clearly him saying that. I remember him very clearly saying that fight was clearly a dive, and that anyone that says otherwise doesn't know what they're looking at. It's clearly a dive. But that video disappeared. Like, the videos he did there, they've all gone. I was hoping to kind of expose him there, but sadly, he seems to have covered his tracks, sadly, you know. But yeah, he contradicts himself a lot. He definitely does. Oh, and he lied about his Hatman lied about his prediction for Fury versus AJ, because I remember Fury versus Vlad, because he picked Vlad to knock Fury out. I remember this. And he said that Vlad would win, but afterwards he says that he predicted it right. He also picked Povetkin to knock out Wilder, and he says that he picked Wilder to knock him out. Like, he tells a lot of lies and contradicts himself a lot. Don't be surprised if Ryland sparks Adam Aziz. Yeah, he could, you know. Campbell Hatton, the greatest fighter from these shores since Billy Joe Saunders and Tony Bellew. Adam Aziz's fights aren't real. Do you know, I've never watched him fight, I don't think. As far as I'm aware, I don't think I have. Campbell Hatton is the best British boxer of all time. Salute to you, Nordic Warrior. Yeah, salute to you too, man. God bless. Imagine being an oil driller. Embarrassing. Yeah, I wouldn't be one myself, I'll tell you that. Warwick Davis and Audley Harrison commented, yeah. When I land my left hand, it's my destiny. I'm gonna land that left hand. I'm gonna be there every second of every round. And I tell you right now, when I land my left hand, yes I can. Yes I can. And then, you're right to disagree. Unfortunately, I used to watch Twatman. Yeah, I used to. I don't anymore. Shit Manhattan. Warwick Davis with Chin Jack Johnson. Wouldn't surprise me one bit. I do not remember that, in fairness. That's a good spot. I've got about half a dozen examples that I've posted on Twitter. I need to check those out. But yeah, that was one I tried to find recently, and the videos seem to have disappeared. I couldn't find them, sadly. I know for a fact he said that was definitely a dive, and he seems to have covered his tracks on it. Is an oil driller a white guy who goes for black women? It certainly is. It's Caleb Plant or Sonny Edwards, you know. Call the contradiction Frotch, yeah. Hatman, the contradiction for, yeah, he's similar, isn't he? Dave Allen likes BBC. A good few months ago, I commented an old Fury Hay prediction video by Chris Andre. The next day, the video had vanished. I noticed he's deleted a few others as well. Really? What did he predict in that fight? Man, I wish. Do you know what I wish? I wish I had my old Facebook account. I no longer have it, but I used to predict fights on Facebook boxing forums, and that was one of my best predictions ever. Like, don't get me wrong, I got fights wrong, but Fury versus Hay. Sorry, no, I was thinking of Vlad versus Hay. Sorry, but yeah, Vlad versus Hay. I predicted that one spot on. I picked Vlad by unanimous decision, and I remember I did like a whole breakdown about how Hay was going to run, and he was going to get controlled by the jab. Like, that was one of my best ever predictions. Like, I wish I still had it. But yeah, I'd have been curious to see what did Chris Andre say about Fury versus Hay. Like, I think I could imagine what he said, but I'm sure you'll tell me. Hatman was skeptical of Povetkin's natty status, made an entire video discussing how Joshua was natural. Yeah, I remember him and his Russophobia. I remember that. He doesn't like the Eastern Europeans. He can't stand them. You can tell. He pretends he does, but he doesn't, you know. And his treatment of Povetkin was very hypocritical, like it was of most of the YTBC. I kept it consistent, of course, me and my audience, you know. So I wanted Audley to poleaxe David Haye. It would have left my balls up. Could you imagine that? Could you imagine if Audley had just stuck it out, clinched for a bit, and got into the later rounds and landed his left hand and done what he did to Michael Sprott? And then he would have said, it's my destiny. It was my destiny to land my left hand, because when I land my left hand, it's my destiny. You know, it would have been funny. Chris Andreas, Hatman, yeah. Him and Hatman I've noticed they have similar views on things, you know. Yeah, screw David Haye. He predicted that Fury would rough up Haye and stop him mid-late, but I remember a video not too long ago when Andre said something like, I'm not sure Fury could deal with Haye's raiding style. I guess his opinion just changed over the years, but I don't know, man. It's a bit suspect how he deleted the video. That is a bit suspect. The super middleweight division is really weak now, and I thought the Froch Kessler era was weak. Yeah, this era is even weaker, I think, than that era. You know, I agree with you. Chris Andre essentially predicted that Fury would be the best heavyweight of all time. Actually, said that after Wilder 2, but since moving close to Hatman, he said Lennox is the great. Oh, interesting. So it's as if Chris Andre is kind of trying to appeal to Hatman. Is that what you're trying to say? Like he's trying to just go along with him. Do you know that doesn't surprise me one bit. KJ is about as natural as Ebony Bridges' chest. Yes, or not very. Chris Arreola versus Dave Allen, biggest fight of all time. Chris Arreola probably still beat Dave Allen even now. Whoa! Shout out to Javier Martinez for the contribution to the channel. That's much appreciated, man. I really appreciate that, man. God bless you. I love your work. You're very knowledgeable, astute boxing mind, and also have a very good sense of humor. Keep grinding and punching. Thanks a lot, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, I really appreciate it, bro. God bless you. And I'll try my best. I'll try my best to keep the same attitude, you know. I certainly will. Well, one thing I can tell you right now is I'm never going to sell out. Never. I'll tell you that. I'm never going to compromise, you know. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. God bless you. But yeah, absolutely. It seems to me, if what you're saying is true, then it seems to me like in order to have himself be shouted out by Hatman, maybe he kind of compromised his opinions on certain things, you know. That sounds like it's what's happened, you know. Obviously, I don't know that for certain, but if what you're saying is true, then again, maybe he just felt it was the best way to grow his channel. I don't know, man. But it's not the way that I'd go about it, you know. It's not the way I'd do it, you know. Have you done any boxing yourself? I've done like boxing training. I've sparred, stuff like that, but I never competed in boxing. I was never good enough. I was never dedicated enough, you know, sadly. So here's what it is, man. How much is $9.99 in pound? I'm not sure actually. I'll need to look that up. But look, any contribution is appreciated by me. Anything at all, because again, I do this purely for fun, to entertain you guys, and yeah, I really appreciate it, man. I really do. Yeah, so God bless Javier Martinez, man. Thanks a lot. I really appreciate it. God bless. If all of those Eastern European fighters were American, they would be considered all-time. Oh, definitely, Rolf. Like if they were American and if they had a different name and maybe a different complexion, they'd be the greatest of all time. Like, I mean, could you imagine if, like with what Triple G was doing at middleweight, like the run he was on, if he was American, he would have been the greatest middleweight ever. No doubt about it. That's a prime example. If the Klitschko's were Americans, they would have been hyped to stardom. They would have been more hyped than Tyson was, you know. Whoa, another contribution. Daz Pierre, thanks a lot, man. Saved my Saturday night, so thanks a lot, man. I appreciate that. God bless you. Yeah, that's good. You guys are spoiling me tonight, man. Yeah, thanks a lot, brother. God bless you. It's good to have you here every time. I appreciate it. God bless. I'm blessed to be Eastern European. We have a good style and decent power. Yeah, a lot of Eastern European fighters, they have the... I think one of the things over the years that gave them an advantage is the fact that there's so much more discipline, I think, from Eastern European fighters. Like they're just so disciplined, if you know what I mean. Everything they do is by the book. Their technique is so fundamental, and I think that's why a lot of them did so well for a long time. They didn't have the same sort of hype and laziness that a lot of Western fighters had, and they did a great job because of it. Thoughts on Tyan Booth? I used to watch his content, but after a while it became very stale. I've got nothing against Tyan Booth, but he's not my cup of tea. I watched one video of his, and that was all I needed to see. I've nothing against the guy. I just didn't find him that entertaining personally, but to each their own, To each their own. Here's what it is, man. Here's what it is. It's strange that as soon as the Eastern European influx happened, Americans lost control. And the excuse was that American boxing suddenly became terrible. Yeah, that's the thing. Like when the Klitschko's took over heavyweight boxing, it wasn't that they were such great fighters or that they had such a great boxing culture around them. It was, oh no, the Americans were all shit. American boxing was dead. But that's not true. Americans had a lot of good prospects, a lot of good contenders, a lot of good amateurs. All right, it's just that the Klitschko's were on a different level. They were too big, they were too athletic, they were too skilled, they were too disciplined, too experienced, and too determined. It is what it is, man. They were great fighters, and I won't do anything to try and discredit them. It's weird that the UK didn't use euros when they were still part of the EU. Yeah. The UK's always had the pound, of course. I think though that the Scottish government, for example, wants to adopt the euro, which would be horrible as far as I'm concerned. It would cause so much trouble. But yeah, it is weird because most Euro countries like Ireland, for example, do use it, Tyan is okay. Yeah, I've got no problem with the guy. The classic excuse of black Americans play basketball now, so they don't have athletes to compete in the heavyweight division, innit? Yeah, I remember like Teddy Atlas and people like that saying that they go into football and basketball because that's where the money is. And maybe there's some truth to that, but I don't think that tells the whole story, does it? I think it's more to do with the fact that the Europeans were more disciplined. Like I said, they were just better fighters, better athletes, better fighters. Here's what it is. It's no coincidence the best fighters are from Eastern Europe. Russia especially have many great fighters. Oh yeah, definitely. Russia is a very big country, of course, with a good fighting culture. That's just it's just how it is, man. Whoa, we got another contribution. Lee Talks Boxing, $5. Appreciate the great contact, bro. Thanks a lot, man. Again, I'm embarrassed here. I'm blushing. God bless you guys. You're spoiling me. Yeah, thanks a lot, Lee. I appreciate it, man. I'll have to return the favor one day, man. I really will. God bless you. Isn't Tyan Booth a former fighter? Didn't he fight Chris Eubank? Yeah. He's from Nottingham. Tyan Booth. I grew up in Nottingham, and yeah, he was a well-known sort of high-level journeyman there. He fought Eubank, he fought Gregoris Proxor. He fought a lot of guys actually. He was quite popular on the domestic scene, but he was never any good. He was just a high-level journeyman. He was never like a high-level prospect, high-level journeyman. That's all he ever was. Finding out what oil driller is makes £4 value for money, no question. Yeah, well, that's the thing. This is a very educational channel. You'll learn a lot of idioms and you'll learn a lot of sayings and slang on this channel. Andrew Ryabinski, World of Boxing Promotions, is great. Hopefully, Eastern Europeans will start building up their careers in Europe instead of the West, where it's always rigged against them. Yeah, I've been saying that for years. I think that they need. I think they need more of their own platform, to really get a fair shake, a fair crack of the whip, He did fight Ubom Jr. Yeah, he did. He certainly did. He got stopped. He got stopped by Proxor also. Tyan Booth definitely. I hope not. I don't know him that much, though, so I'm not going to comment on it. even though the top 10 lists in the 70s contained a lot of unathletic fighters, why weren't they packed to the rafters with exclusively basketball Americans? Yeah, exactly. I mean, to me, it just sounds like an excuse. It sounds like an excuse when you say that, or when people say that, no, they were going into other sports. It just seems like it's a convenient excuse to explain why the Klitschko's are taken over, you know? There was an attempt to get us into the Euro in the late 90s. Yeah, there was, absolutely. But Blair promised a referendum on it before the 97 election. Most people were for keeping sterling. Yeah, that's true. Most people wanted to just keep it how it was because that's what we were used to. You know, it's been our entire life. That's what we've used. You know, it'll be a pain in the ass to have to give up our money and have to change it for euros. That would just be an inconvenient hassle. It really would. I wouldn't want to do it. Eastern European fighters are more honourable, like Povetkin, for example, never show boasting, trash talking, etc. Yeah. That's one thing I've always liked about like Eastern European fighters is they seem to be gentlemen. You know that it's if they understand that boxing is a noble sport. It's not a sport to be bragging and just being an asshole. You know, it's good to show a bit of class, be a good role model for their kids. You know. Whenever these football players transition to boxing, they get creamed. In many such cases, yeah. Look at guys like Too Tall Jones, whatever his name was, and Seth Mitchell. You know, these guys they never, very rarely do they go that far. You know, I was going to make a video about Seth Mitchell. Actually, I got an interesting video to make about him, and a retrospective video. If you see how big football became in the American South and basketball is in the inner city, you definitely see where people are coming from with those explanations. Yeah, I'm not saying that there's no truth to it. There's definitely some truth to it. But I think it's a bit of a convenient excuse, you know? I don't think it tells the whole story. The Klitschko's had great punching power and power jabs. Yeah. Vladimir in particular, his jab was like... They say that his jab was like getting hit with a right hand. It could literally knock you out if it hit you right, you know? He could win some fights with a jab alone. Doesn't Nottingham have its own FC? Do you mean football club? Yeah, there's a Notts County and Notts Forest. Those are the two big football clubs there. An MP told fans not to engage in the homoeroticism at the World Cup. Too right. That's the player's job. Goal celebrations are brought to you in association with the village people. Yeah, when they score a goal and they dance and stuff. Like, could you imagine that in boxing? You score a knockdown and you dance. It's just cringy, isn't it? Povetkin's best performance. I think his best performance, personally, some people might disagree. I think his best performance is when he fought Cedric Boswell. If you've ever seen that fight, it was on the undercard of Helenius versus Chisora in Finland in 2011. That night, see, Boswell was, I know he was 42 years old, but he was one of these latecomers to boxing. You know, he took up boxing late, and he was actually a really good contender. He had good boxing skills, a good jab, good fundamentals, and you know, he was tall, he was powerful. And in that fight, Povetkin, that was when he was still with Teddy Atlas, and Povetkin was like slipping the jab and landing counter shots, and he was just gradually breaking him down. And the way he took him out in the 8th round was clinical. It was like a clinical knockout. That's actually my favorite Povetkin performance. I think he was great in that fight. Recon, some boxers are LGBT. I'm thinking Ryan Garcia, not going to lie. Well, there was that guy. Do you remember that guy? What was his name? Orlando. Was it Orlando Cruz or something like that? The guy that Terry Flanagan beat. He was a homo, wasn't he? I think, if I remember rightly. So yeah, it's not as if it's not been done before, you know, it has. Where was I? I don't mind trash talk as long as the guy who trash talk comes to fight. If it's Tony Bellew who talks shit then runs, then it's frustrating. Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. You know, Tony Bellew at the press conference, he'd say, I'm going to smash him from pillar to post. I'm so hard. Look at me. Look how hard I am. Me wife and kids, I'm going to put you in a wheelchair. I'm so flipping hard and I'm going to destroy you, this, that, and the other. And then he gets in the ring and he's running for dear life and he's covering up on the ropes and he's looking for counter punches and it's all about tactics and feints and technique. I'm like, dude, stand toe to toe with him and fight. You were just talking shit about what a warrior you are. I hate that shit. If you, like you say, if you're gonna trash talk, then fight like Ricardo Mayorga, right? Take punches on the chin and show some balls. In the West, they blame basketball for the decline of their once great cricket team. Yeah. Masternock just schooled an Aussie fighter and an eliminator for a shot at Opataya. Yeah, I heard he was fighting. That was in Poland, wasn't it? That fight. Yeah, I heard there was a card going on over there. Tony the terrorist sympathizer. Yeah, the bomber, Bellew. The tattoo on his back is in no way in reference to the bombing. Nope, another spam troll. Here you are. Bye-bye, Mr. Spam Troll. Or Mrs. Spam Troll. Okay. Nottingham Forest won the European Cup in the 70s. They were quality back then. Froch supports me. Yeah, Froch is a Forest fan. He used to go out in the Forest field and like shadow box with his title and all that. Do you support your local FC or do you not really care for football? I could care less about football. Like half of my family are Celtic fans. Half of them are Rangers fans. I could care less about football. It means nothing to me. That's just how I see it. My personal opinion is what it is. I often see young amateur boxers from Russia with better footwork than professional fighters. Yeah, that's because they stick to the fundamentals. They're more disciplined in their coaching. Yeah, Wilder dances after knockdown. That's embarrassing, isn't it, man? I love Fury's trash talk against Kevin Johnson. I remember that. Chisora Cunningham, hey, Vlad, Wilder. Not so much against Usyk, though. Yeah. I'm not a big fan of Fury's trash talk either, because to me it comes across as really forced. Again, similar to Bellew's, like Fury will trash talk and then he'll get in the ring and run. And I just don't like to see that, man. Oh, yeah. Povetkin doesn't get enough credit because of where he's from. I mean, if he wasn't Russian, he'd be a lot more highly regarded than he is. Look, if you're LGBT and choose to go to Qatar on holiday, then you're an idiot and get no sympathy from me. Yeah, you'll end up off a building. What's your opinion on withholding your seed to increase your power? I don't know if there's any like legit science behind that. I don't know if it works. It could, for all I know. But again, I've not really looked into it. But some people say that it works. Tony Bellew just wants to get home to his wife and kids. Little known facts. Number 2. Number 1 is 80,000 at Wembley. Froch, yeah. Alan Batwich looks like an ISIS member. Adam Smith. But we all know about Joshua's power. Yeah, Adam Smith's like a good hype man, and he's good at like just stating the obvious, but like doing it in an entertaining way. Yeah, he does, doesn't he? I like the World Cup, otherwise soccer's mostly boring. Yeah, I'm not fond of it either. Back in 1 minute, guys. Just need to do something. Sorry about that. All right, where was I? Didn't Hatman say the Vlad Eddie Chambers knockout was a dive? Did he say that? I don't know, but I don't think that was a dive. That was like a solid left hook to the temple. Like, watch that in slow motion and the way his head turned. Like, I think that was real. I haven't seen Hatman talk about the Vlad Chambers fight at the time. Lee Talks claimed that Hatman went nuts. Well, Hatman did make videos back then, but a lot of them disappeared. Like a lot of the videos on his old channel, you know. I don't think I've seen him talk about Vlad Chambers. I remember him talking about some fights I've ran about then. If Ivan Drago was American, he would be considered one pound for pound of all time. Yeah, Ivan Drago, man, shout out to him. He should have beaten Rocky. They should have stopped that fight by round 2, man. Salute, Ocha. Good to see you here, bro. God bless. Has Adam Smith been arrested for the murder of Madeleine McCann? No, I don't think so. But they should definitely check his search history and see what he's been up to, you know. There was a jeweler called Isis in Preston. Had a photo taken outside there once. My mate, Sally, had a clothes shop for the same name before it all blew up. Sorry for pun. Poor girl got unveiled. Oh, that's sad, man. God bless you. Are you doing anything for Halloween? No, not particularly. I haven't really thought about it, you know. Someone suggested I should get a Shrek outfit and dress up as Shrek. That'd be funny. Rocky films are so stupid, yeah. I like the first one, but the rest of them were just kind of dumb. But they were entertaining, but dumb, if you know what I mean. Unrealistic. But I enjoyed the first one. Rocky Balboa had the best defense of all time. Yeah, he was great at defending punches with his chin. Yeah, he was great at that, I tell you. So, man. The first two are very good. I didn't like the second one personally, but I liked the first one. Ivan Drago needed Howard Foster in the Rocky. Yeah, Howard Foster would have stopped it by round 2, no doubt about it. I like the alternate ending version where Drago just knocks Rocky out in the first round. That's like the Russian version. I prefer it. Yeah, the Creed movies are utter garbage. Yeah, terrible movies. Terrible movies. Wayne Rooney dressed up as himself for Halloween. Yeah, he looks like Shrek, doesn't he? Fiona, Donkey. Donkey, I'm warning you. Like that's such a quotable movie, isn't it? Like, I talked to her last night. Like, I know, you're great pals, aren't you? Oh, I love that movie. Well, I have to save my ass. Oh, an extra onions, please. Donkey, I'm warning you. It's a great movie. Rocky 2 is underrated. I prefer the first one, personally. Didn't Rocky have a journeyman record? Yeah, and then beating world-class fighters. Yeah, he had like 20 losses or something out of like 60 fights, but he had a lot of knockouts, and he was just a club fighter, basically, from Philadelphia. But in the first movie, he loses to Apollo Creed, so it's more realistic in that sense. He just gives him a tough fight and goes the distance, but the sequels are very unrealistic. Very unrealistic. Because he was basically a journeyman, a club fighter, you know. Did you watch Southpaw? I never seen it. I've heard good things about it, but I never seen it. I didn't like the look of it, personally. Rocky IV was Cold War propaganda, which equated the Soviet Union to Nazi Germany. Yeah, definitely. You know, it's part of the reason why we have the big bad Russia. You know, everyone hates Povetkin. You know, that's why we have that, partially, because it's Rocky IV was the propaganda, you know. Chisora thought Rocky was real, just like some people thought Spinal Tap were a real band, yeah. Oh, man. Anyway, guys, as you can tell, I'm absolutely shattered. I'm very tired. We've been going for over 4 hours. Thanks to everybody who stopped by. Answer a couple more questions first. What's your favourite movie? My favourite movie, Undisputed 4. Either that or God's Not Dead. Check those movies out. But yeah, Undisputed 4 is badass. I love that. Maximum Jenkins with Box Drago. Yeah, they picked Rocky's defense up until Clubber came along. Yeah, he becomes more of an American style fighter under Apollo Creed after that fight. Anyway, guys, thanks for stopping by. Yeah, God bless you guys, and yeah, hope to chop it up with you guys again in future. God bless. Night.